It's just that I'm so loud. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Scrutiny and Overview Committee, convened to scrutinise the latest stage of the Greater Cambridge Local Plan. My name is Councillor Stephen Drew, and I am chair of this committee. I have specifically invited to this meeting members of the Climate and Environment Advisory Committee so that they can contribute to the discussion and help formulate any recommendations that might be appropriate. Welcome, colleagues. May I make a few housekeeping announcements? Those present, including any members of the public observing or any public speakers, are asked to note that this meeting is being filmed and live streamed. By your presence, you are deemed to have consented to be filmed and to the use of those images and sound recordings for a webcast. May I remind members that when speaking, they should not disclose any personal information of any individual, as this might infringe the rights of that individual and breach the Data Protection Act. Please make sure your microphones are switched off unless you're invited to speak. For those participating remotely, when you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone and camera are switched on, and then when you finish addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone off again. Please would members who are attending remotely indicate they wish to speak through a chat message in the Teams meeting. Those present in the chamber should indicate they wish to speak by raising their hand. I will ask the Vice Chair to note the order of speakers both virtually and in the room. I may point out at this point there are obviously quite a significant number of members for this, and I imagine many will want to speak, so please do be patient with myself and Councillor Cone if we do not get the order entirely correct. And committee members present, I will now invite each of you to introduce yourselves. Members, after I call your name, please introduce yourself and say which ward you represent. I'll start with the Scrutiny and Overview Committee, and as I said earlier, my name is Councillor Stephen Drew, and I am one of the members for Camborne. My Vice Chair is Councillor Graham Cone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm one of the members for the Fen Ditton and Fulbourn ward.
Thank you. Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Anna Bradnam, and I'm one of the members for the Milton and Waterbeach ward.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Bygott.
I represent Longstanton, Northstowe, Oakington and Westwick. I'm one of the two members in that ward.
Okay. We shall pause for just one moment. Okay. Next on my list is Councillor Libby Earle, who I'm not sure I see in the chamber. Do I see online? Not at the moment. Okay. And Councillor Sue Ellington, who has given notice that she may arrive slightly late. Councillor Peter Fain.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Peter Fain from Shelford Ward, joining you online.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Sally Ann Hart, one of the members for Melbourne Ward.
Thank you. Councillor James Hobro.
Good evening, Chair. I'm James Hobro and I'm the member for Foxton Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Leaming.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Helen Leaming, one of the members for Camborne Ward.
And Councillor Judith Rippeth.
Good evening. I'm Councillor Judith Rippeth, one of the members for Milton and Waterbeach Ward.
And Councillor Richard Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Richard Stobart. I'm a member for Girton Ward. That includes Dry Drayton and Madingley.
And Councillor Aidan van der Weyer.
Yes, I'm Aidan van der Weyer. I represent the villages of Barrington Ward.
Thank you very much. And may I now invite members of the Climate Environment Advisory Committee, CEAC, to introduce themselves. Councillor Pippa Halings.
Hello, I'm Pippa Halings and I'm one of the members for Histon, Impington and Orchard Park.
Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Harvey and I'm the member for Balsham Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Paul Bearpark.
Hello, I'm one of the members for Milton and Waterbeach Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Dr. Lisa Redrup and I represent the Harston and Comberton Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Peter Sanford, one of the ward councillors for Caxton and Papworth.
Yes, there she is. And Councillor Bunty Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm representing Bar Hill Ward.
Thank you. Before we move on at this point, both myself and Councillor Halings, as Chair of the SEAC Committee, would like to take the opportunity to recognise and acknowledge the sad death of one of our councillor colleagues, Councillor Dr. John Lovelock, who unfortunately died at the start of the year. This is the first gathering of councillors since that sad event occurred, and John was a member of both the Scrutiny and Overview Committee as well as the Climate Environment Committee. John joined the council, as I did, in May when he was first elected for Cottenham Ward, and as many colleagues have mentioned to myself and to Councillor Halings and to others since his sad passing, John was somebody who had made a huge difference during a short period of time as a councillor. His caring attitude towards his colleagues and towards his community was absolutely clear in all that he did. John would sit roughly there, right in front of me, maybe sort of in the space where Councillor Smith is and Councillor Hart are. And John would always be sat there during the meetings with a very intense look of concentration on his face. And what was always quite interesting is he would often wait for other people to ask questions and would nod away sagely or shake his head very quietly, very gently, and would then wait and would add a question, and was always very self-depreciating when he would speak and showed a really great, strong understanding. From a personal level, I always found John extremely supportive in my work as chair of this committee, where he would always come and talk to me at the end of a meeting and say, "Oh, Stephen, that kind of went well. Oh, I think you missed that, and I think somebody said that." And John was always a very, very kind and supportive colleague in that way. Very incisive in his asking of questions, but I'd also just like to add, very fearless. One of the things we talk about with our scrutiny and overview role is that it is the role of all of us to be holding the council to account without fear or favour, and regardless of what our political persuasion may well be, whatever group we're part of, that we are seeking to improve the services the council provides by being fearless in our questioning and allowing our administration colleagues and our officer colleagues to give us the information and maybe think more about what they do. And I think John really enjoyed being part of this committee for that reason. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to note the passing of our colleague, Councillor John Lovelock, and just express our sympathy to his family for his passing. I'd like to take the opportunity to offer Councillor Halings, as chair of the Climate Environment Committee, the opportunity to add a few words.
Thanks very much, and I think everybody feels that Councillor Dr. John Lovelock, John was taken too soon. And it's very hard. It's very hard for his family, it's very hard for his friends, it's very hard for his community. And he was a much, much valued member of the Climate Change and Environment Committee. He was passionate, absolutely passionate about the environment. Before he joined the District Council, he was very, very active in Cottenham Parish Council. He was very active in starting up biodiversity conservation programmes in Cottenham. He was just about, and it will still happen, to get solar panels put on the Parish Council community building that he also got helped to get established. And in the Climate Change and Environment Committee, he was always pushing us to make sure that we were serious enough, evidence-based enough, and doing enough to do the little changes that we can do around. He will be much missed, and he's a much, much valued.
Thank you, Councillor Halings. I'm sure that I can express that we speak for all of us present in all the words that we have shared there. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move back into our agenda. So we obviously have a number of members present who have not yet had the opportunity to introduce themselves. So first of all, I'd just like to ask any members present who are not members of Cabinet or the leader if they wish to introduce themselves. So Councillor Dr. Martin Khan.
Martin Khan, member for Eastern Impington Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Ariel Khan.
Ariel Khan, member of Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Thank you. And because this is always the point at which I'm not sure, I'm looking round. I see Councillor Heather Williams, but I'm making sure I don't miss anyone else going around the room. Yes, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Heather Williams, and I represent the Maldons Ward.
Excellent. And what I now like to do is offer the opportunity for members of Cabinet to introduce themselves. So first of all, Councillor Bridget Smith.
Good evening, Councillor Bridget Smith, leader of South Cambridge District Council, member for Gamlingay.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Evening Chair, Councillor Henry Batchelor, one of the members for Linton and Cabinet Member for Environmental Services.
Thank you. Councillor Peter MacDonald.
Good evening, Chair. So, Peter MacDonald representing Duxford Ward and Responsible Economic Development on Cabinet.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Milnes.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you. Brian Milnes, member for Sawston and Deputy Leader.
Thank you. And Councillor Bill Handley.
Hello, Bill Handley, member for the villages, one of the members for the villages of Over and Willingham, and the lead member for communities.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Ellington, would you like to introduce yourself?
Councillor Sue Ellington, District Councillor for Swavesey Ward, including Lock.
Thank you. And Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Richard Williams. I'm the member for the Whittlesford Ward.
Thank you very much. Before I move on from councillors, since there are a very large number of people present, if there are any councillors who need to wave at myself or Councillor Crane vigorously to point out they are here and I haven't yet asked them to introduce themselves. Okay, we shall move on at that point. Thank you very much. We also have present with us a number of officers. So, Liz Watts, would you introduce yourself, please?
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Committee. Liz Watts, Chief Executive of the Council.
Thank you. And Stephen Kelly.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. Stephen Kelly, I'm the Joint Director of Planning.
Thank you. Caroline Hunt.
Good evening, Caroline Hunt, Strategy and Economy Manager in the Shared Planning Service.
Thank you. Jonathan Dixon.
John Dixon, Planning Policy Manager.
Thank you. Stuart Morris.
Hi, I'm Stuart Morris, Principal Policy Officer.
Ian Senior.
Hello, I'm the Scrutiny and Governance Advisor.
Imagine Aaron Clark.
Thank you very much, Chair. Help get my own tech to work. Democratic Services Technical Officer.
Thank you. And Jeff Membry.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members. Jeff Membry, Head of Transformation, HR and Corporate Services.
Thank you. Rory McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Rory McKenna, Monitoring Officer for the Council.
Thank you very much. Okay. And are there any other officers who I've missed at this point? I apologise if I have missed you. If you could either wave at me in the chamber or make yourself known online and introduce yourself. No. Okay. We seem to have covered absolutely everyone. Nobody else is telling me that they need to be added. Okay, thank you very much. I can confirm that the meeting is quorate, there being at least 4 scrutiny and overview members here in the chamber. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make that fact known to me so it can be recorded in the minutes? Ian, are there any apologies for absence?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, thank you very much. And declarations of interest. Members are required to declare the existence and nature of any interest which affects or relates to any item of business to be considered. If the interest becomes apparent during the meeting, then the member should bring it to the attention of officers at that time. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on the agenda? Councillor Bradnam first.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I put my hand up earlier. I don't have any specific interest to declare with regard to this, but I wanted to ask if you could clarify, if we come to a point where we are being required to take a vote, I'm assuming that only the members of the Scrutiny and Overview Committee and the Climate and Environment Advisory Committee will be able to take part in that vote. And I just wondered if you could confirm
that is my understanding. But let's let me turn to Ian. That is my understanding. Yes, excellent. Okay, that was my understanding.
It is a scrutiny committee,
yes.
But I think in the circumstances.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so, yes, Councillor Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm declaring an interest. I'm a director of both SCIP, South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership LLP, and South Cambridgeshire Project LLP. Both companies have an interest in development during the planning period we're going to discuss.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other councillors who wish to register an interest at this stage of the meeting? No. Okay, and as I say, if anything becomes apparent to you during the meeting, please do register an interest at that point. So, as we can see, normally item 4, we have minutes of the last meeting, but the minutes of the 15th of December 22 will be presented to a future meeting, which then brings us on to item 5 of the agenda, which is public questions. We have one public question and one public statement. Our first one is our public question. So, we have one public question. Jenny Conroy, would you like to ask your question now, please?
Thank you.
Actually, sorry. You are most welcome, and we are delighted that you are here. I apologise. I was doing my thing of reading through my script very formally, and I suddenly thought, I think I should welcome you.
Yeah,
so you are most welcome. Please, Jenny, could you ask your question?
And thank you for accepting the question, Chair. The GCP Integrated Water Management Study, informing the Development Strategy Spatial Options Report of November 2020, identified that in the case of water supply, over-abstraction of the chalk aquifer is having a detrimental impact on environmental conditions, particularly during dry years, and that even without any growth, significant environmental improvements are unlikely to be achievable until major new water supply infrastructure is operational. Given that Anglian Water do not anticipate even their interim measure of transporting water into the region much before 2030, how then can the existing commitments in the local plan to 2031 be fulfilled ahead of any further plans for development amongst the key strategic sites identified to take forward in the development strategy update?
Thank you very much for your question. I will go to, I'm seeing a pointing. I'm going to Councillor Henry Batchelor in the first instance for an answer. Councillor Batchelor.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Conroy, for the question and for taking the time to come into the office today. It's probably worth explaining at the start that usually Councillor Toomey Hawkins is the lead member for planning, but she's on an extended leave of absence, so myself and the leader will be trying to cover as much and to the best of our ability as we can the questions from the public this evening and also from members of the committee. So I do have a pre-prepared answer to the question, so please do excuse me as I read from the screen and I turn my back to you. So, Water Resources East and Cambridge Water are planning a range of measures that address both water supply and demand to seek to achieve abstraction reductions to protect the environment whilst also accommodating development needs. We are engaging with the water companies and the Environment Agency as consultees in relation to planning for committed development. Planning permissions that have been granted will continue to be implemented, and we have been advised that the demand for these permissions is factored into the emerging Water Resources Management Plan of Cambridge Water that's currently being considered by the Environment Agency and DEFRA at the present time prior to publication. We expect to consider that plan further once it has been published for consultation. In terms of the Greater Cambridge Local Plan and the report in this agenda today, we will not confirm a full strategy, including reconfirming delivery timings for existing commitments until such a point as we have clarity on the water supply as set out in the development strategy update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Conroy, I believe you have a supplementary.
Thank you, yes. Given the sustainable transport initiatives underway, led by GCP, and the recent announcement in the government's autumn statement confirming East West Rail, would it not be prudent at this time to include the extension of Cambourne as one of the key strategic sites forming the central building blocks of any future strategy for development as identified in the development strategy update, and at the very least quantify the potential allocation of housing numbers to the Cambourne extension that have yet to be specified?
Councillor Batchelor.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Just coming back on that then. So the response to that question is North East Cambridge, Cambridge East and Cambridge Biomedical Campus are confirmed as central building blocks of any future strategy for development, drawing upon their unique features. The development strategy update identifies North East Cambridge and Cambridge East as the first and second most sustainable locations for strategic scale development available within the Greater Cambridge area. The Cambridge Biomedical Campus is an important location for the City of Cambridge and of national and international importance for health, life sciences and biotech. The strategy topic paper supporting the development strategy update at para 2.71 identifies that there are no other strategic sites available for development in these broad spatial locations. Noting the uncertainties set out in the development strategy update, including in relation to water supply, the councils have not ruled any other sites, including Camborne, either in or out of the strategy at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Batchelor, and thank you, Ms Conroy, for coming and asking the question. We are due at this point to have a second item, which is a public statement from Mr Daniel Fulton. However, I do not see Mr Fulton in the chamber, and therefore I will move on at that point. Sorry, a couple of people looked around. I was thinking I'd made a mistake, but no, that's fine. Okay. So we will move on, therefore, to item 6 on the agenda, which is the Greater Cambridge Local Plan, Development Strategy Update, Regulation 18, Preferred Options, Key. So therefore, the Scrutiny and Overview Committee is asked to review the attached draft Cabinet report, to comment upon it and to make any recommendations that it deems appropriate. Now, obviously, we have a large number of councillors present who are likely to want to ask questions, and obviously it's quite a large item. So therefore, what we've decided to do is to break the item down into 5 sections, and it is not a strict control mechanism. If your question happens to cross 2 sections of this, that is absolutely fine. You may find that the Cabinet member or officer answering goes into a different section as well, but in principle, we will seek to sort of bunch our questions together. The 5 areas we're going to look at is water, jobs, infrastructure, housing, and economics. So therefore, I will read those through again. Water, jobs, infrastructure, housing, and economics. You are, of course, entirely welcome, colleagues, to ask a question in each of the 5 sections, should you wish to do so. When I ask for raised hands in just a moment, as I say, Councillor Cohn will seek to write it down. For those who are not members of the committees, you are, of course, entirely entitled to ask a question, but you will be placed sort of at the end of the list the first time round, and then we will give you the opportunity to ask the question. So, in the first instance, I'd like to open up for any questions related to water issues. So, if we could raise our hands, please, colleagues, if you wish to ask a question related to water issues. Okay, so Councillor Halings, your hand was the first one to go up.
Yes, and as Chair of the Climate Change and Environment Advisory Committee, and having talked with members who have other questions as well, but I think what we wanted to ask, a central question about water, is whether or not we should be reaffirming the key principles that were laid out in the first proposals. And those are that, as we can see in paragraph 3.14, that we would, yes, seek to meet objectively identified housing need, seek to meet, but only contingent on no unacceptable environmental harm. And we would like to make sure and have confirmation that in that same paragraph where it says, and paragraph 3.14 and 3.15, where it says that the council needs to define what unacceptable means, is that we do involve the Climate Change and Environment Advisory Committee in the definition of what unacceptable environmental harm means there. We understand and acknowledge that there needs to be a balance, and it is responsible to recognise need, and that has also sustainability at heart in terms of social inclusion, soaring house prices, mortgages, whatever. But on the water side, it does say within this report that under 3.22, the sustainability puts the balance clearly there, which is to meet these higher growth numbers, unless we have certainty, which we do not have at the moment, unless we have certainty, it is not possible not to meet, not to have unacceptable environmental harm. The second question then balances on this. When the housing delivery strategy, the updated version of this, suggests that there should be a change in the spatial strategy to move out to smaller villages, from the climate change and environmental side, then we would find this unacceptable and want to seek affirmation that we would stay with the principles for the current spatial strategy, which is for all types of environmental reasons.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smith, I'm going to come to you in the first instance each time, and obviously you may pass on to others. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So thank you for the opportunity to reaffirm that the spatial strategy, as it stands at the moment, is the one that is going to stand. You know, it's predicated on sustainable development in the true sense of the word, and that relates to water as well as to other considerations. So, you know, there is under no circumstances will we be supporting development at any cost. You know, if there is a cost to the environment in terms of water or anything else, then that makes it unacceptable in our view. So we have two limiting factors which have been articulated in the covering paper. One is the water issue, and we've already heard, and Mrs. Conroy very kindly brought this to the fore as well, that the time scale for delivering the strategic water solutions is very long, and we know that until a fen reservoir is delivered, that actually the chalk streams and the rivers and the aquifer will not replenish. So tapping into the pipeline going from Grafham to Bury is a bit of a sticking plaster that allows a certain amount of development to happen, but actually it doesn't solve the whole problem. So the other factor that is highlighted in the paper is actually the deliverability of additional housing, and there's a problem around it about the delivery and whether it's actually possible to do it with the current spatial strategy. And I can't remember which item it is now, but we've taken consultants' advice, and the consultants have said the way to overcome that is to have a different spatial strategy. Well, consultants are there to give advice. We do not have to take that advice. They are saying that one way of addressing the problems of delivering with the current spatial strategy increased numbers is to take a different view of how development is dispersed. But we think that the spatial strategy that we have at the moment is the right spatial strategy. It gives maximum protection to villages, those villages where further development would be unsustainable. It concentrates developments in sites where, in big strategic sites, where there can be the best in public transport, in health provision, in education, where we can start moving towards the philosophy of the 15-minute city, where you can get to everything you need within 15 minutes by means of sustainable transport as well. So I'm not anticipating any change in the spatial strategy as things stand at the moment, and say water is absolutely critical to that. I'm going to Henry, do you want to add anything to that before I ask for any input from Stephen Kelly for anything that I've missed?
I don't think so, Leader. I think just pretty worth just reiterating the fact that if a plant isn't sustainable due to water levels, I think it's very difficult for us as an authority to support that, and I don't think there's any appetite to go against advice from people such as the Environment Agency, for example. So I think it's worth hammering that point home.
Thank you very much. Stephen Kelly.
Thank you. I'm sure there's a number of comments around this, but the report, I think, just to offer assurance, the report that we put forward highlights actually the wide-ranging evidence and advice, but in the report we're quite clear that we remain committed to the development strategy that was set out in the first proposals, which was widely supported, which required relatively limited number of sites to come forward for development at that point, and resisted the ambitions of some to disperse that growth across the Greater Cambridge area to secure benefits in terms of delivery rates. So whilst recognising it as a challenge if the numbers are to increase, the report in front of you seeks to confirm the continued validity of that strategy because of its sustainability in terms of accessibility, etc., that the leader has identified. In terms of water, clearly we're not yet in a position to settle on a housing figure. That isn't the purpose of this report. and understanding the consequences of the strategy that Cambridge Water is putting forward and the capability of that strategy to support growth is a key piece of work that will inform the final paper, the next version of the plan, which is due later in the year. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Haylings.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, within the papers it does say that once we get the Cambridge Water's draft water resource management plan, there will be an update to the water cycle study. So I don't think we're only going to seek reassurance that we're not just basing ourselves on Cambridge Water's resource management plan, knowing that we have in this country still the automatic right to connect, which is where water companies have to say they can deliver whether they can or not, but we would then look at the water cycle updated study on the basis of that.
Yes. Chair, just to confirm, yes, that's absolutely the intention. Our consultant, Stantec, working with the shared planning team, are quite clear that once we have the information, not only the plan that Cambridge Water are putting forward, but the detailed information that sits behind it, we expect to be able to analyse that to give you an informed position on potential implications for water of a increase in the housing figure.
Marvellous. Councillor Haylings, are you happy for me to move on? Thank you very much. Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My concern is that the excellent integrated water management study was an integrated management study. We've hitherto, I think, in this debate as it's evolved, focused very much on the water supply issue. My concern is that every extra litre of water that we make available eventually ends up in the sewage system. And although the Stantec report, I would say, placed less emphasis on that side of it, it's extremely important. And it really sort of set aside that kind of aspect of water management in citing on page 110 the Anglia Water long-term plan in 2018, in which they said all of the treatment works identified as near permit in those sites planned upgrades have already been identified. And I have a great concern because since 2018, the credibility of the water industry in general has been really under the microscope. We've had the Environment Agency with a particularly damning report on the water industry last year. Ofwat, similarly, even to the extent that criminal sanctions have been proposed. And therefore, I think, if, as Stephen said, we're going to perhaps have a sort of revision to the Stantec report, it seems to me crucial that we look at the wastewater side of things in tandem with increasing the supply of water, and that would be particularly important if, and I think Pippa Haylings already referred to possible change in our spatial strategy, which we would oppose, but let us be reminded that most of the problems that we have with our water quality are emanating from the smaller treatment sites. And really, anything that happens in terms of whether or not the main Cambridge wastewater treatment plant is relocated, presumably, well, I think as we've been assured, the performance of that particular treatment plant would be enhanced compared with what it is today. As I say, a lot of the problems are actually associated with the smaller treatment plants. And I suppose also we'd be reminded here of the situation that's developing in the southwest, where the Environment Agency are saying, well, we can't have any more development because if we do, the phosphate levels in the rivers from new developments are going to augment the already worrying phosphate levels from agricultural runoff, and they've actually put a stop to all development while that's sorted out. So yes, I think wastewater is equally important as the supply of fresh water.
Okay. Councillor Smith.
So absolutely agree with you. It's also imperative, though, that we take the opportunity of reducing water consumption. So it was a great disappointment in the current local plan that we have, that the government's planning inspector resisted this council's intention to reduce household use from 120 litres down to 80 litres. I fail to understand why that was the case. So I believe we're having another bash at that, I believe, and hopefully now now we're a few years down the line, the importance of reducing the consumption of water, which in turn reduces the amount of it going into the sewage system, will be more acceptable to the government's planning inspector. I don't know if any officer wants to add any more detail to that.
Stephen Kelly?
Thank you, Mark. I might ask Jonathan Dixon to comment, but just to reassure that the approach to integrated water is an important part of the work that we're doing. Clearly, the lead local flood authority at the moment are looking at their strategy, their surface water drainage strategy and sustainable drainage strategy work. You're right, this is a whole system approach that's required because climate change and the effects of climate change in terms of the pace at which rainfall is happening, running off the land, causing its own problems in terms of, as you say, phosphate enrichment of watercourses, sits hand in glove with the strategy of others about how we can improve the infiltration rates into the aquifer itself, but also looking to improve the condition of the stream. But perhaps John can comment on the integrated water study.
I think it's worth reminding members that the council responded to the consultation Anglian Water held on the drainage and wastewater management plan several months ago and expressed many of these points. But clearly through the water evidence we'll be preparing, we will need to understand that there is appropriate wastewater capacity to meet the needs of the sites we planned. We certainly did that to inform the first proposals work, and we'll carry on with that work and expect to be very much covered in the strategy. The other issue is clearly in the first proposals, the council put forward to consultation proposals to increase the level of water efficiency standards for residential and non-residential development. We continue to explore the issues raised in representations on these issues and explore implementation with the water companies. And from my conversations, both Water Resources East and the local water companies are very encouraging of our approach to seeking higher standards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, are you happy with the answers and we can move on?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Bear Park.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to cover off the topic of water efficiency, which Councillor Smith has already touched on. The reason being that I think that water efficiency is important because it doesn't have the same negative environmental impacts and costs as building new reservoirs or the energy required to pump huge volumes of water vast distances. I think from memory, something like 3% of the UK's carbon emissions are related to pumping water. Now, in the 2018 local plan, I think it's specified as 110 litres per person per day. So I'd be interested to understand whether any assessment has been undertaken to determine whether the development under the 2018 local plan has actually been achieving this. I know the first proposals, I think, had 80 litres per person per day. And this is a standard that was used for development at Eddington. I'll also be interested to understand whether there's been any assessment of Eddington where dwellings, I think, have two separate water supplies. They have a grey supply and then they have one from the mains. So just understanding how successful or otherwise that has been if we're proposing the same thing in the first proposals.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith?
I'm going to need to defer to officers on this one, I'm afraid, because I don't know what assessment has been done.
Stephen Kelly?
It feels like pass the parcel, but I'm going to ask Jonathan to comment other than to note that there is evidence, I think, from Eddington that Jonathan may well be able to comment on about how successful that project has been at achieving its objectives.
Okay, marvellous. Jonathan Dixon, it has ended up with you.
So clearly once the 2018 plans were adopted, the implementation then is through conditions and implementation through an alternative building regulation standard, and we monitor the implementation of that through the authority monitoring report, which is soon to be updated, and those conditions are being rolled out. My understanding is on Eddington that yes, the scheme has been successful. I've heard it quoted. I don't have those details to hand, but yes, there is information that has looked at that.
Okay. Councillor Smith, anything to add, or I'll go back to Councillor Bear Park?
No, well, just that we can get more detail if Councillor Bear Park would like it.
Okay. Councillor Bear Park.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just one further point was reading the Stantec report was that the water companies' water resource management plans cannot assume lower levels of consumption because there are concerns about maintenance and long-term, whether they work in the long term. So now that Eddington's been in place for quite a while, I would hope that there would be a reasonable amount of evidence and therefore, the water resource management plans perhaps could then start taking account of lower consumption. Thank you very much.
Councillor Smith?
A point well made, and we'll take it on board. Thank you.
Okay, marvellous. I shall move on then, Councillor Bear Park, yes. Councillor Leaming.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions relating to water usage that are sort of interrelated. My first question is, do we have enough water for our current planned housing growth without the additional housing that's outlined in these papers? My second question is, what role will the Environment Agency play in regards to extraction licences? It's mentioned in paragraph 3.12 in Appendix A. There's a mention that the Environment Agency may reduce abstraction licences to protect the water environment. And my final question is to do with the timing of increased water capacity, so the new proposed reservoirs. How will the timing of this sequence with the planned building of these potential houses? Is there a risk that the housing development will bunch up at the end of this planning period?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So yes, my understanding is that there is enough water in the system to deal with the housing that's currently planned. I can't answer the question about the role of the Environment Agency, so I'll have to defer that one. And your question about the timing, I mean, this is really the critical factor. The lack of certainty over this strategic infrastructure, about whether it's ever going to happen, and about the timing. So, we have to have absolute certainty over, the delivery of this, and that was the subject of the letter that I wrote to the 2 MPs only last week on that. And that timing will, to a large extent, determine the timing for houses to be delivered. What we cannot have is for houses to be built when the water is not in place. So, there is going to be a tricky balancing act between water availability and housing delivery, which probably will load it towards the end of the plan period, and then that plays into the subject matter that I started up with, which is about the deliverability as well, and the fact that we are going to have to put quite a lot of effort into looking at ways to ensure that the housing that's needed, provided it's going to be sustainable, can be delivered without changing our strategy. And some of you might not be aware of a report that was done by Lord Letwin back in 2018, 2019, I think, which was an outstanding piece of work that actually showed ways that you could speed up housing by delivery by incorporating a mix of housing types and tenures, and that the housing type that is slow to deliver is the market housing. But if you add in shared equity, social housing, and so on and so forth, actually it doesn't slow down the delivery of the market housing, which is obviously what the developers make their money on. So there are solutions out there, and there are evidence solutions out there that we'll have to investigate. But I need somebody who knows everything about the Environment Agency, which is not me.
I was about to go to Stephen Kelly, but I see that Jonathan Dixon is already raising his hand, suggesting it's ending up with him. Jonathan.
So there's a significant narrative on these issues in the draft Regional Water Management Plan published by Water Resources East, which is a consultation the Council will be considering and responding to coming to the next Cabinet. But in very short terms, what they're dealing with is seeking a reduction in the abstraction from the chalk aquifer, and that is considered necessary by the Environment Agency in order to protect the environment. So much of the reductions we're talking about are actually responding to existing development. Actually, that's the most significant issue. It's existing development, not new development. And the Water Resources East plan, and we anticipate the Cambridge Water Plan, which hopefully will be coming out in the next few weeks, is all about demonstrating how they will respond to those issues in terms of looking at demand management, such as rolling out of more smart metering, so you've got better information in your house telling what's being used or if there are leaks, looking at how they take water from different sources, and looking even, they make recommendations about even things like washing machines and standards in your home, alongside the supply side about bringing in different resources. So it's actually a whole package of measures they're looking at, not just the reservoir and so on. And yeah, we've got some detail in the regional plan, which gives a strong feeling for it, but we're awaiting that detail in the Cambridge plan.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Councillor Smith and John Dixon. Thank you for your replies.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I have two more councillors in relation to water, and then we will move on, because I'm sure we'll be on other topics from there. So next up is Councillor Blacknam.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. So the first refers to the reference at item in Appendix A at 4.4, which refers to the overall development strategy. And in that, we're reminded that we will complete an assessment of the impacts on three aspects of sustainability, which include environment, the environmental aspect, economic and social. And the economic element refers to the need to provide affordable housing and having sufficiency of supply in order that housing is affordable. But my concern is that these aspects cannot carry equal weight in this scenario when we're concerned about water, because we cannot deliver houses that do not have a water supply, and even if they were affordable, they wouldn't be livable in. So can you reassure us that the balance between those drivers is going to be considered carefully? And the second one refers to an earlier point, which in fact Councillor Leeming has touched on. This is about the abstraction licence cap reductions suggested and alluded to in paragraph 3.12 of the same appendix. Now, bear in mind, we need to be reassured that abstraction has to be reduced because it's abstraction from the aquifer that is causing the harm to the chalk environment and the chalk ecology. But these licenses, many of which deliver water for agriculture, many of these licenses were granted for life and in perpetuity in order to sustain local agriculture, and some of them are awarded within water authorities. So, for example, the abstraction at Fleam Dyke delivers to a neighbouring water company, Affinity in Hertfordshire. So we need to be sure that those might be considered for capping as well. But meantime, whilst thinking about that, water from the Anglian supply pipeline, if it comes, and that's in question, it cannot be used to recharge the aquifer. It has to be used for domestic supply. So my concern is that if we are getting water from that pipeline, do we also need some kind of storage for it in order that it can be used to supply domestic houses? Will we need local holding facilities before the Fens Reservoir becomes available, probably 2037, in order that that supply is going to be usable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. The first part, your first question was easier than your second, which was very technical. So we have said all along that the lack of water, the unsustainability of the water situation is the red line. It's the thing that it's the stop button. All right. So that the water, as you've quite rightly said, can't build houses if there's no water for them. And we can't build houses if it's going to do further damage to our natural environment in terms of the chalk streams and the rivers. So that, we've been very, very clear about that and nothing has changed there. Now, on abstraction, as far as I'm concerned, we don't have any control over that. And it was a very technical question, so I'm going to have to refer back to Jonathan, who probably has a much greater understanding of it. But my understanding is that, we're a consultee in this stuff, but actually none of this is within our powers, even remotely.
Jonathan Dixon.
Yes, quite right. We are our consultee. Those issues are addressed to an extent, again, in the water plans. There is reference in the regional water plan to addressing issues specifically around agriculture. So if the council wishes to respond on those points, they can do so through their response, but it's a very detailed point. In terms of the local water infrastructure point, clearly in moving that water around from the Anglian region, it will probably be stored elsewhere outside our district. That doesn't mean to say there isn't a need for very local water infrastructure in moving that around, but that's a matter we would consider with Cambridge Water on the sort of site-specific level. But it's effectively already stored at a large scale, how they move around in their network outside the district.
Okay, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. The reason I ask that question is because I sit for this council on the internal drainage board at Waterbeach, and so I'm familiar with the nature of the abstraction licences, and so I appreciate they're not within our control, but I'm mindful that water coming from the River Trent direction is never going to be able to recharge our aquifer here. It's a different kind of entity. I'll leave it at that, though, for the time being. Thank you.
Are you happy for us to move on, or did you want any further answer? No, okay. And I have Councillor Rippeth.
Still on water, slightly different question. My concern is the tapping off of the water from Grafton Waters of Bury St Edmunds. I know we're focusing on the South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge area with the local plan, obviously, but I'm concerned there just isn't enough water. I mean, what happens to Bury St Edmunds? I mean, I assume they're not awash with spare water, because they are also part of East Anglia, which is quite a dry region. And that's just my concern, really, and I would like any answers, if there are, at this stage.
Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. So I think the answer to that would be, well, one, I'm not sure about the Bury St Edmunds question, but two, I think it's very unlikely a plan would be supported by either the Environment Agency or Anglian Water if the water was not there to supply Bury St Edmunds, plus what South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City are planning to tap out of it as well. So I think that is a very short answer to what is a very probably complex question. I think we wouldn't be allowed essentially to take water from a supply if there wasn't enough there. I think is the long and short.
Are there any officers who are able to provide more detail in relation to Councillor Rippeth's question? Jonathan? Thank you.
I would make the point that the regional plan, the regional water plan, is actually the first of its kind, and the whole point of it is in order to get individual water companies a holistic view of the east of England. So just those questions can be explored to look holistically at it. So I very much hope that that process would have been successful in exploring that overall picture of water availability.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a second. Councillor Rippeth, anything else?
So we know that for sure, that is feasible, and we can tap off that without making somewhere else lacking water.
Stephen Kelly?
Our understanding is it's not that Bury St Edmunds doesn't need or West Suffolk doesn't need water, but its trajectory for demand means that it doesn't need water till much later on in the process. The water resources, the regional plan, Water Resources East plan, has a kind of complex strategy of moving water and changing supply provisions. But the advice that we've had from both Water Resources East and indeed in the conversations with the Environment Agency about the challenges with water is that the transfer of water initially from the western side of Cambridgeshire into Cambridge and then in due course onto West Suffolk, the approach being followed is consistent with their understanding of both the environmental consequences and priorities and need. So in due course, if you're familiar with the kind of broader strategy, and I wouldn't want to divert us into looking at that at the kind of East Anglia scale, there are a series of measures, even including things like desalination, that are proposed in Water Resources East plan towards the middle of the century that are geared towards supplying other components of East Anglia's water requirements, including West Suffolk, as well as the potential Fens Reservoir.
Okay, so they're kind of oversupplied to the degree where that supply can be redirected to us in the meantime up to 2035.
Essentially, they're partially completing the water transfer project because it will continue eastwards from here to Bury St Edmunds, and the advice is that supply from West Suffolk's perspective is not required until after the Fens Reservoir comes on stream, which allows the continuation of that supplementary.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to understand. Thanks.
Okay, happy for us to move on. Thank you, Councillor Bickford. Councillor Badnam.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back. At the end of the answers, I just wanted to be reassured that those questions about whether we needed to ask a question about whether there would be further local storage required in order to put that water into the domestic system, whether those, I appreciate that's not within our power, but whether those points could be raised with the people drawing up the plan, and whether, Councillor Smith, the leader, reassured us about the water supply being the stop marker. So can we be reassured that that comment will go through to the consideration of the local plan?
Councillor Smith?
So it was John Dixon, really, who answered that question. But
I'll go to Councillor Smith in the first instance, give her the opportunity, but she may defer to someone
So
else.
I've slightly lost it. So what my comment about, a solution to the water supply not being found being the stop button.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's absolutely clear in all the papers, and it's been absolutely clear in everything that we've published so far. You're also asking about water storage.
Yes, because you'll appreciate the aquifer is charged from rainfall, whereas the pipeline water coming to Anglia needs to be used purely for domestic supply. So do we need any capacity for storage for that, for domestic supply?
No, you don't. Stephen Kelly's shaking his head at me. Come back, Stephen.
Can I just clarify? Our understanding, it's not explicit in the Water Resources East plan, but we're waiting, and this is why we're waiting for Cambridge Water's resource management plan. But our understanding is that the supply from the Anglia region, as it's described in Water Resources East, is in fact a supply from Grafham Reservoir, which means that I wouldn't be surprised to anticipate any, and it's in the order of, I think, 10 to 14 million litres per day, which wouldn't suggest it needs a new reservoir in Greater Cambridge. It's going to be a pump supply, but we're waiting, as Jonathan's highlighted, for the water resource management plan from Cambridge Water, because it is their supply strategy, and they will need to indicate whether or not there is a local transfer solution or pumping facility required.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that.
That's fine, thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask what work has gone on, or what work is going on, to put some numbers on the level of housing delivery that's possible on the various water scenarios under this new strategy, or this new figure that we've got? Because I suppose where I'm going with this is that the vast majority of the water is going to come from the Fen Reservoir. It's 80 million litres per day. I think Stephen Kelly has just said it's 10 to 14 from anything we get from Grafham. So the vast majority is going to come from that reservoir. Let's be generous and say that reservoir comes on stream in 2036. So it's 5 years before the end of this plan. I mean, I think from reading the reports, there would have to be a huge step up in housing delivery for those last 5 years to meet anything like the 57,000 homes. We'd have to have an annual, delivery target that's probably in excess of some very large cities. So anyway, my question is, what work is going on or has gone on to kind of establish what is actually deliverable, in a sort of staged way with different water resources coming on stream?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith.
So that's the work that is absolutely critical to the report here. But I'm going to defer to Stephen, who will be able to put some figures on it.
Stephen Kelly.
I'm not able to put some figures on it, unfortunately. But to answer Councillor Williams's question, this is the reason why we haven't translated the figures that you have seen we've highlighted about an objectively assessed need into a housing figure for the local plan. Because as Councillor Williams highlights, if we're working on the premise of what is a sustainable solution in terms of the rate at which housing delivery can come forward without adversely affecting the environmental conditions in the area, then whilst Cambridge Water are suggesting that leakage reduction and smart metering and so on will reduce existing consumption to create some headroom for new homes to be built in the period between now and, say, 2030, when those physical measures come forwards, we're waiting to understand what that actually means in terms of additional water that may well be available with no detriment. And then further to that, and picking up on a question raised earlier, the report makes clear, and I'll refer to Caroline Hunt, that there are delivery rate challenges. The leader referred to Sir Oliver Letwin's report about the rate at which new homes can be built each year. And as you can imagine, there is a finite limit to the number of homes that will be built by developers and indeed bought by consumers in any one year. And our papers that are part of this road show that once you get beyond the significantly beyond the levels that we're at the moment, but actually in the realm of the annualised housing rates that we're suggesting is what the area needs, those matters become more challenging. So being able to translate a housing, a number of new homes that can both fit under the environmental parameters or within the environmental parameters for a certain number of years, understanding how many new homes the bulk water transfer from the Anglian Water region might unlock in terms of growth and the rate at which those can be delivered, and then factoring in, as I think the question was notionally, and I think Councillor Williams also suggested, a very, very large number of homes in that housing need figure into just a few years is unrealistic, I think, in terms of the massive, quadrupling the supply of homes in 1 year is not going to happen, and we would be unrealistic to plan for it. And it's because the stepping of that infrastructure capacity and the water supply capacity over the local plan period, but also understanding the delivery timescales for some of that infrastructure that allows you to change the environmental headroom or the rate at which you can build new homes from one level to another, picking up on the commitment that we've all asserted in the report and in this room to safeguard the environment. The precise points at which those things happen will impact the end cumulative number of homes that the plan is able to plan for. I'll pass to Caroline because we've done quite a lot of work about what you can do in terms of delivery rates. Clearly the Fens Reservoir is implied to be delivered in the latter part of this plan period. And on one level, all other matters being equal, and please don't take this as a assumption, if there is then no environmental capacity from a water perspective, you would arguably seek to meet your objectively assessed needs in the period after that. But you may only have 2 or 3 years to do so, and the rate at which homes get delivered is finite. And so the final figure, and I'm sorry to, this is why we haven't, and I know people want this number, but we have identified an objectively assessed need. There is likely, for all of these reasons, to be a difference between the objectively assessed need and what we feel can be delivered within the environmental constraints and the deliverability limitations. You know, no house builder, Barratt's or other, is going to be able to build 10,000 homes in a year, regardless of the water supply issues. And through the summer, as we understand and unpack Cambridge Water's trajectory in terms of what they see as the number of homes, both existing permissions and potential additional permissions, as we understand when that capacity exists in their programme and indeed over the next 18 years, we will be able to tot up the numbers year on year and give you a number that we are assuming as a planning target for the plan. But unfortunately, not until then. So sorry that's a long response, but hopefully it's an explanation as to why we can't give you a number right now.
Did you want to go to Caroline Hunt as well?
Yes.
Yes, Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. As Stephen said, that was quite a full explanation. Just a couple of additional points. What the report says is that our housing delivery consultants, recognising those environmental constraints, plus the fact that until we actually have an adopted plan, we can't deliver more than the sites in our adopted plan. So we're going to end up with a stepped housing target. So it will start at a certain level. Once we adopt the plan, it'll go up a bit more. That will very much be influenced by the water supply situation. I don't know how many steps there'll be, but we know that when the reservoir comes on board, there'll be more capacity. But absolutely, the reason we commissioned some additional work from our housing delivery consultants was because we know that you're not suddenly in those last few years of the plan period going to be able to make up everything that you haven't been doing in the years up to the reservoir. There is no magic number that our consultants have identified that we can use at this point. And that's where the point that Councillor Bradman made earlier about that they're saying, well, if your focus is delivering as many homes as possible, then a way of doing that might be to spread sites around more. We're very clear that to create a sustainable form of development, we have those guiding principles that we're advising members to reconfirm, to inform us as we work towards the draft plan. We will absolutely be able to take those guiding principles into account, because this is about, as Councillor Bradman talked about, the 3 arms of sustainable development, and we absolutely need to look at all 3. We need to show, ultimately in front of an inspector, we need to show that we've understood the implications for all 3 aspects of sustainability, and our sustainability appraisal will also look at that. But it will be for us as the plan makers to work out what is the right balance and where the right priority is. But we need to show that we've understood all those implications. And if we don't meet our needs in full, we need to show that we've understood that that's the right thing to do because of the constraints that exist in this area.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
It's okay, thank you, Chair. I won't come back.
Okay.
But I may have some other questions later.
No problem at all, thank you. I have Councillor Haylings, Councillor Heather Williams and Councillor Martin Carn, and what I'm going to do then is I'm going to move us on to the next topic, simply so that, otherwise, water being very interesting, we could spend the whole evening on water, and if that's the questions we ask, that's the questions we ask, but I'm going to move us on at that point. So, Councillor Haylings.
Thank you, and it's 2 questions about, a lot of this is seemingly kind of outside of our control, except what we finally put within the draft local plan. But on the hyper-local side, which reinforcing what Councillor Paul Burpark was talking about, Water UK, which is the water companies, registered because we had
the second hottest summer on record this year, a 40% increase in demand. So when we're looking at the water cycle and water efficiencies in terms of the appliances and the design of homes, there was a 40% increase in water demand during the hottest summer, you know, where other water companies declared a drought. Anglian Water didn't declare a drought because it said, quote, we were in reasonable shape. So there was never a drought declared in our area, which is a bit inconceivable too. But anyway, so the hyperlocal is, one, we have the water efficiencies in design, the other is the behaviour change, and whether or not we, as well as the water companies, have a role to play in the build-up to that, about that consciousness about water demand on the other side. On the other side, which is the national side, and there is reference to this within the document, which is about accelerating that infrastructure. And I know you've got infrastructure as another, but on the water infrastructure, the question is, you know, what are the elements, and I know that the leader sort of wrote an open letter about this to our MPs, there are elements which could be accelerated, or there could be confirmation from the government, given that even the existing development, you know, is at risk if we're wanting some of the medium-term mechanisms. So it's just a confirmation of both, are we able to do some of that hyperlocal in advance of, and make sure that the water cycle considers climate change extremes that will change behaviour. So what do we do around that? And then nationally, what more can be done from the government in terms of helping resolve this problem?
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
So this is all about resilience. And, you know, in the same way that we have to factor in the 1 in a 100-year floods, so, you know, we now have to be factoring in the what could be one in every 10 years serious drought. So on behaviour changes, I think there are things that we as a local authority can do. We have, you know, tremendous communication networks, and even through our magazine and so on. So I think there's a lot that we can do to encourage behaviour change in people in their water consumption, in exactly the same way we did during the pandemic to encourage people to, you know, adopt the best practices there. So I anticipate that we'll be exploiting that. We have, you know, our relationships with developers is very important, particularly as we move into a new local plan. And again, I see there's opportunities for us working with developers to encourage them to design houses and employment premises that actually are as water efficient as possible, in the same way that we've been pressurising them for the last 5 years to build houses that are as energy efficient as possible, but we now have to factor in water efficiency as well. You referenced government. You know, we need leadership from government here to actually start mandating for some stuff. I personally don't think that we should be building new houses these days that don't incorporate rainwater harvesting, because why, you know, rainwater is great for flushing loos. It's very cheap to install at point of build, and it's more expensive to retrofit. So I think there's a role for us in lobbying government in the same way that we would ideally like to see photovoltaics on every single roof. I think rainwater harvesting, particularly in these water thirsty parts of the country, should be the norm and not the exception, and that will help as well. And, you know, developers planting gardens with drought-resistant plants and so on and so forth. There's much we can do, and I think a lot of it we can do collaboratively with developers, and particularly those with whom we have particularly good relationships. I don't know if any officer wants to add anything else to that, or Councillor Batchelor.
Okay. Excuse me, Councillor Haylands?
It was just on the infrastructure side of that, I think, Stephen Kelly.
Yeah, Stephen.
Just from the conversations that we've had, there is a suggestion that the reservoir is already, the Fens Reservoir is already on a rapid infrastructure programme pathway, and so I think there's limited opportunity there. The area that is potentially worth exploring further, and we've certainly been asking the water companies, Cambridge Water, what is possible is to accelerate the completion of the work to provide bulk water transfer from 2030, which is the current scheduled timetable, sooner into earlier in this decade. And it's understanding. I do believe they are exploring that possibility. But I think it's going to require some focus in order to be able to achieve that improvement in terms of alternative supplies and therefore consequent reduction on abstraction sooner rather than later. It's possible, I'm told. It relates to the way in which the regulator considers and approves the investments of Cambridge Water as part of their water resource management plan, but it is an area I think we would all be looking to try and focus and support Cambridge Water in doing, because it helps us to address the issues of water supply sooner in the process.
Councillor Halings. Okay. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And through yourself, can I just ask a few questions? The first one is, we've heard about numbers being hard to define and where we're at, and more information will come through. But my concern is really what the risks attached to it are. In particularly, this council is fully aware that over-delivery of houses on trajectory is not a problem. Under-delivery is. And that's when we start to lose control of where housing happens. My concern, Chair, is that we're seeing increased numbers again. We also know that there are environmental constraints, and that makes me uncomfortable and a little nervous that by having the figures as high as they are, that we will under-deliver on our trajectory, at which point I can see environmental reasons as a planning committee member to be able to refuse strategic sites that would require it, but find it very difficult in that situation for infill, for example, the 2 and 5 and 10 houses that wouldn't be deemed to actually considering particularly to the issue, unless it was a sort of Norfolk situation. So I would like to understand and have Cabinet or officers explain to us what the risks attached of this are. And also in relation to the levers that we have. Working with developers, I appreciate the administration needs to do that, and indeed to keep the land supply, to keep the trajectory running, you need developers to build. But equally, they are there to make money, which I, don't disagree with people trying to make money. So in that case, what levers does the council have to, if we're just there asking for things, I don't have a lot of confidence that we will always be as successful as we need to be. There will always be developers that are willing and proactive and want to work with the council. We've seen that, but we also see the other side on planning committee as well. So what risk are we exposing us to, I think is the key thing, because residents really, will be concerned given the history and sort of where the trajectory. And I think more explanation for everybody around the land supply and the trajectory, because as we know, they're not always aligned. So what level of exposure is the council at? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. You're talking about the 5-year housing land supply and the importance of maintaining the housing land supply so that we don't go back to a sort of free-for-all for developers, which was not mindful of the environment at all. So you will be aware that things are changing with the National Planning Policy Framework, and I'm going to ask, I think Stephen Kelly's got a slide, I'd really quite like him, if that, with the Chair's permission, which talks about what the proposed changes are in NPPF, which, it looks like there's going to be some changes, well, proposed, the consultation doesn't finish until March, to the 5-year housing land supply rules, but also to some other factors that actually might help give some reassurance of how we're going to manage this risk. At the end of the day, I think we're going to be having some quite challenging conversations with government, because we know as I said at the very outset, we're not prepared to take development at any cost. And if we can't find a way through this, then we will have very difficult conversations with government, who've got a great focus on this area as being the driver of the economic well-being of this country. But may I, Chair, ask Stephen just to sort of go through the MPPF, please, just to help give some reassurance on this one. I think it will help it make more sense.
Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, with respect to the leader, actually, I think it probably makes sense for us to cover the MPPF point in the discussion around housing delivery, or but just to offer a comment to Councillor Williams on this point, because I think there is an understandable anxiety around if you increase the number of homes that you say you need in an area, you then need to deliver those homes, and if you don't, you fail on the land supply. I think that's the crux of the concern. The reason why we have, in some respects, as part of this local plan, commissioned explicitly consultants around delivery, is that, picking up on Caroline Hunt's point, if we need to evidence that the way our plan will go forwards is with some form of a stepping trajectory, then the important point is that the housing supply will need to relate to that capability stepping and changing over time. And what we're trying to understand, and which will be examined when the local plan gets, prior to the local plan being adopted, is what is that delivery rate precisely to remove the concerns and the risks, or not remove, but help us to understand the concerns and risks around deliverability. So that if we put a number forwards, we can be confident exactly what is required in order to make that number happen, and therefore not to expose our communities to the terrible circumstances of not being able to have a 5-year land supply, and what that means, as all of us in this room know, in terms of the tilted balance, as it's called, in favour of development. So we're working on exactly that point, Councillor Williams, and my comments earlier on about why we wouldn't put a number, for example, in the plan once the reservoir is gone, that may be many, many thousands to meet this objectively assessed need within the time period, is to avoid the risk of putting a number in there, notwithstanding that there isn't then a water constraint, that we can't year on year meet, and therefore expose the organisations and the communities to that risk. So we're trying to take a considered view that absolutely recognises that particular concern.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. My concern on the trajectory was in relation to could we be in a situation where we couldn't give permission for strategic sites, but smaller sites would be. So that's just one. That was why I brought it in on this topic, and the other was about levers that we have, other than just no, we won't give you permission, which is quite a blunt instrument that we don't always succeed on.
Are you happy for us to move on? I'm sure there'll be an opportunity later on, or would you like a further answer?
That's not been answered.
Okay, great.
Sorry about that. In terms of the small sites, obviously the local, the National Planning Policy Framework, I think, Caroline, and correct me, requires a provision to be made for small sites in any case. There is a part of the spatial strategy that we've put forward does, as you say, invest in strategic sites precisely to protect villages and so on from the kind of middle range 150 unit kind of developments that prove to be disruptive. We would expect to still see small sites coming forward and being part of the strategy. They're generally counted through as a windfall, as people with large gardens sometimes in villages subdivide where it's appropriate and create an extra plot. So I think the quantum of those windfall sites, and indeed densification in the city, is probably a significant component of that conversation as well. Will be something that we'll explore through the plan process, and the contribution that makes towards the annualised housing supply. The government are talking around gentle densification that you'll have seen, perhaps the term used, in terms of brownfield and previously developed sites, and making the best use of that. And it has a contribution to make, which is why we've identified North East Cambridge, for example, as one of those key locations. In terms of the contribution to or the ability to be able to refuse those applications, I come back to the point that the tilted balance will only apply if we fail to deliver. There will be an element of delivery continuing through the plan period from those small sites as a consequence of it's sometimes remarkable, isn't it, how we don't think there is any development in a city, and yet more development happens in relatively discrete ways that still produces numbers. So I suspect it will still remain a part. The ability to refuse it in principle, I would say, is not something supported by the NPPF, and it's something that we would end up as a planning authority or a planning committee dealing with on a case-by-case basis. Your point about levers with developers, I think they are relatively limited, it's fair to say. The planning process is the most, and the development plan is the most significant lever. Again, the consultation on the NPPF is looking to explore whether there are ways of compelling both those people land banking to unland bank, or effectively to complete developments, and in the alternative, to whether or not the failure to deliver development that is consented is a material planning consideration that then relates to the merits of a planning application subsequently. But those matters are highly contested and are subject to consultation, so I wouldn't suggest that they form part of the toolkit of what we have at the moment. So we are in a situation where we inevitably seek to kind of plan, and working with those infrastructure providers and others that are important for unlocking the barriers sometimes to either development viability or delivery, is really the role of the authority and in parallel with its planning function.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ariel Carr, sorry. Councillor Martin Carr. I see your face was one of shock there, Councillor Ariel Carr, because you thought I was coming to you. Councillor Martin Carr, my mistake.
Thank you very much. I want to ask, I'm sorry, it's not directly related to water, but I'm having to leave in 15 minutes. It's related to delivery, which we have been discussing. Some of the points were raised by Councillor Heather Williams, but I'm very concerned, even in the short term, with the existing allocation, that there will be adequate delivery. We've come to, historically, the amount of housing provided for private purchase has been fairly constant over the last 50 years. What has reduced has been the provision of affordable housing. In this area, we are at a position, there are limits to the supply of housing that you can achieve in any market. If we increase the numbers, we may not deliver them if there isn't the money to buy the houses available, or the ability of people to borrow money to buy the houses. We're now in a short term becoming into a position of higher mortgage rates, lower affordability, reduced purchasing, and we seem to be a step change in our economic background now. The area of cheap mortgages seems to be over, at least for a number of years ahead. So I see the difficulties of delivering even the private supply. In terms of, that will also make sites less affordable as housing, because we're talking about a 10% reduction in house values. And so people have bought property at a higher value, and it's going to go down, it's going to become less, there's going to be less margin of profit, less money for Section 6 and affordable housing, and there will be no doubt demand to reduce the allocation. And we've gone for large strategic sites that have high development costs, and we find it difficult to maintain the 40% demand, even on the existing prices. So I see a short-term problem in actually supplying, unless we have other means of supplying the housing which has not been supplied over the last 50 years, which is affordable housing for rent. In the past, that was provided by large-scale council house building, and that's been replaced by much smaller scale housing association building. What solutions do you see within the planning framework? Are there any? I mean, an example might be what has happened at the Genome campus, where we've tied the provision of housing for to the provision of employment. But I mean, are you foreseeing the provision of much larger social housing provision and trying to find more supply? How are you going to tackle that problem, which I see as being a problem even delivering the existing supply numbers without even increasing numbers?
Councillor Smith.
To think about this one. So I think there are conversations for us to have with, there's other major employers for us to have conversations with about key worker housing. And in fact, we are talking to the biomedical campus Addenbrooke's Hospital about that very issue. So, you know, obviously a lot of their staff, read the news, all of their staff, apart from the doctors, are on very low incomes at the moment, and actually that's a major problem. So I think, you know, that we're going to be having more of these conversations about key worker housing for people on lower incomes, which is proximal to places of employment, because that's obviously benefits people's pockets, it benefits the environment, and it benefits the economy as well. What I can't answer is about whether we are actually seeing a slowdown in housing delivery at the moment because of increased mortgage rates, but Stephen might know that. I don't.
Okay, pause for 1 second. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a point of information that might help members in relation to the site that was referred to by Councillor Martin Khan, that in the Genome campus, about the issues in relation to key worker housing. Was something the council wanted to look at is, although as planning committee permission for key worker houses was there, those houses, I believe it's after 16 weeks, it may be a week either side, are available on open market if not sold internally. So I think members should be aware that even if it's key worker and it's arranged with a company, if there's no internal appetite, it does go onto the open market and it is market housing. And I don't know if that really came through when we're looking at these documents.
Okay. Councillor Smith, anything further to add at that point?
So I think if we're talking about rental property, actually that would be different. But I defer to Stephen Kelly.
Right, Stephen Kelly, this is our last point at this stage, and then we'll move on.
So on one level, anecdotally, yes, house builders are taking a much more cautious approach to their forecasts for future years based upon mortgage availability and affordability considerations. And can we quantify that at this moment in time? No, I don't think we can. It's too early to say. But it's something we need to keep a weather eye on. I think something to bear in mind is that the council is, with the City Council, looking at its housing strategy, which is obviously not the local plan, but an integral partner to the local plan. And will no doubt need to explore some of these issues in terms of what it can do to diversify, what a housing strategy can do, hand in glove with planning policy, to diversify housing delivery. And particularly, given the cost of living challenges that many people are facing, what housing choices and indeed the balance of housing can be achieved, and what that may well mean as we look at individual planning applications for particular locations. There are discussions. We're very conscious that some of the major employers have very acute concerns and issues around it, whether that's Addenbrooke's or the public sector more widely. I think that is something that can be tested and explored further through the housing strategy. But the devolution deal provided funding recognising Cambridge's affordability difficulties, and certainly the City Council, as part of that, have delivered substantial volumes of council housing alongside the ambitions of South Cambridgeshire. I suspect we will need to return to understanding what the housing needs are through the housing study, not from a numbers perspective, based upon a pure assessment of population change or economic growth, but also what those sectors mean in terms of the affordability within that sector and the profile of people in those sectors looking for those new homes. So we've started that conversation with the housing service in the city and in South Cambs to translate the numbers that we identify as need, so the various sectors that we see as growing, what that change in population means for the affordability within that sector. And I think you will start to see an increasing sophistication in terms of the way that we need to look at planning applications and the mix and tenure of housing on particular sites in particular locations to try and optimise a proposition which involves housing for everybody rather than housing only for the rich across Greater Cambridge.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Martin Khan.
Thank you for that response.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so our next topic, I'm going to make... Oh, Councillor Stobart.
Chair, in relation to the next topic, I was just getting my...
Oh, goodness me, this is what we... Oh. Can I just say, colleagues, this is very impressive. We did an hour or so on water, and your keenness for the next topic is shown. I think Councillor Bygott was about to do the same as well. Yes. So it's definitely Stobart and Bygott straight away. Everyone else, we are moving on to jobs. If you would like to go after Councillor Stobart and Councillor Bygott, please raise your hand for any questions at that point. If you do so, Councillor Stobart, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair. So there were lots of cues during that initial discussion around quantity and numbers. And I just wanted to verify the kind of causal chain that we're following here, that we're starting with economic prospects for Greater Cambridge, and we're then working out what that means for housing, and then the consequences of housing. And of course that then touches on the water question. But there are some nuances here in that the economic growth will produce particular types of job. And I know in the Iceni report, which is great, you know, for its coverage, talks about demographics, but for example, it doesn't bring in the question of how many students are going to stay. If there's an explosion in life sciences, is that going to be a lot of single people? Is that going to, be PhD students and postdocs in the kind of numbers that we haven't seen before in Cambridge? So things like that. So it's a little nuance. So my first question was, is that a causal chain that we are following and that we'll investigate and develop as the plan goes ahead? So that's jobs growth, economic growth, followed by housing, followed by the other demands. So the second question is kind of consequent on the modelling process adopted, and that again is documented very well. But as we're predicting numbers, and this whole process is so crucial, crucially dependent on the numbers, what is the kind of statistical behaviour of those numbers? So if we predict a certain jobs growth, what's the variance in that? And are there circumstances which we'll bring that variance under control by observations and measurements or seeing what happens? So that those predictions that we make and in relation to water supply and resource and so on will actually be more reliable kind of decisions. So what can we do during that process? Are there measurements that we can take at intermediate points just to increase the level of confidence in the predictions that we're making? And finally, my third question, Councillor Williams talked about risk, and I just wanted to expand that notion of risk. What's the risk of if our jobs growth model isn't quite right, or the variance is too big, and we don't build the number of houses that we need? What are the consequences for the local economy? So that's a kind of for instance question, but what are the ripple on effects of getting those estimates wrong?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'll make a start, and then I might ask Peter MacDonald to talk about this as well. So you're quite right. So the modelling of the economic growth is what's driving our understanding of the need for more housing. What's really interesting in this area is that COVID, as well as causing a substantial reduction in certain types of jobs, such as retail and leisure and so on, has actually escalated growth in certain areas, particularly in the knowledge-intensive industries, pharma and biomed and so on. So we're actually seeing a positive COVID effect here for jobs, and it's been we couldn't have predicted it. When we started out, that was before we had a pandemic, and it's not what would have been predicted. And of course, these are the companies we have here who are growing at such a rate, are companies not just of regional significance, but international significance. So that's why it's so important that we facilitate their growth, because they are important to the whole world. I'm going to let it'll probably be Caroline or Stephen pick up on the second part of your questions about modelling. And you talk about the risk of actually not delivering the housing we need. So if we go back to the CPIER report, the SPEAR report, which was commissioned by the Combined Authority trying to think how many years ago it is now. Is it four years ago, I think? Jointly between them and Cambridge Ahead. That actually predicted higher growth than actually we thought in our first the first stage of this local plan process. So they're predicting it to be higher. But what they quite categorically say in their report is if we do not accommodate this growth in terms of opportunities for businesses to move here, to expand here, to grow here, and for their employees to live here in an affordable way, actually companies will start making choices, and the choice won't be Cambridge or Warwick or Cambridge or Reading, it'll be Cambridge or abroad. So, you know, that is really significant, and we've already seen that in a couple of significant companies that they have moved abroad. So, you know, they are a loss to the UK economy as a whole. So we had lots of conversations with various companies, particularly on their science site and the biomed site, about the Cambridge offer. And we were talking about, you know, the people that they need to attract. Actually, the lifestyle offer for Cambridge compares very unfavourably with places like Bristol and Reading. So if you're an up-and-coming 30-year-old with a PhD and the world is your oyster, you can choose where in the whole world you work. The lifestyle offer elsewhere is invariably much better than it is in Cambridge. Cambridge is very attractive to Americans because they buy into all the sort of heritage stuff. But for, you know, a whizzy 30-year-old just graduating from Reading, actually it's quite old-fashioned and small, parochial. Not a lot of clubs, you know. It's you know, we think it's lovely, but actually as a lifestyle choice, it's not comparing favourably enough. So these very high-tech companies are already struggling to attract people because nowadays, and I'm aware of this from my own three sons, all in their 20s, early 30s, that actually it's not all about the jobs. When I was their age, it was all about the job. Now young people want a lifestyle, they want a work-life balance, they want to live somewhere where they can exploit their passions, their cycling, their open water swimming, all the rest of it. So, you know, we have to do something to address that as part of our placemaking. But most importantly, we have to address the affordability of housing. And if you are, you know, a young person whose the world is their oyster, you know, for half of your salary to be going on your rent or your mortgage, as it is for my youngest son living in London at the moment, actually that starts to impact significantly on whether you choose to have children, whether, you know, all sorts of lifestyle choices. So it's really, really important that we get this right and we provide sufficient housing, and it is housing that is affordable for everybody to live in. There was a very interesting question from you about how much detail, how nuanced we've been over the types of jobs that are going to be created, which I can't answer, so I'm going to defer to whoever's the best officer on that one.
Peter and John has his hand up. Do you want to go to Peter first or go to the officer?
Peter, beg your pardon, I did defer to you, yeah.
Yes, thanks. I mean, if I can give a perspective as much as I can from an economic development point of view, and jobs, and then Stephen and some of the officers may want to comment. So, first of all, in the report, you see that between 2011 and 20, so just prior to the majority of the COVID incidences, we had historic growth rates of about 2.5%. I know these are average numbers, but it's something to start with. And then in the predictions going forward on jobs growth, it's about 1.3%. So it's half what we had. Now, then if we go back 2009 to 2020, it was 1.5%. So that probably is a better measure and comparison than that peak during that period immediately before COVID. So if we took the very high level prediction on jobs growth to the 66,000, at first face that seems reasonable. The other thing we've tried to do from a cabinet point of view and looking at it as elected members is look down the road towards Oxford and what's happening in Oxford. So to give you an idea, Oxford between the end of 2021 and the end of 2024 are saying there will be additional 7,000 jobs in the broader Oxford city area over that period. So that's a 3-year period. So roughly, you know, 2,000 jobs, let's say, per year. In the long-term forecast from 2020 to 2041, our prediction is about 3,000. So every which way I've looked at the research numbers, and I'm not an economist, I'm an agriculturalist and involved in business, but every which way I've looked at the job numbers, the job number predictions seem to be broadly correct. And then there's another discussion, obviously, of the projection of the housing numbers, going back to your question about single people and rented versus purchased property, where the total property numbers are right. But certainly, the perspective I've had in looking at those job numbers seem correct. And then the final point I wanted to make, which is what Councillor Smith mentioned, is the foreign direct investment. Remember, the government post-Brexit said, look, what is important above all, it's the foreign direct investment that will come after Brexit. And what's happened with that is, particularly in the medical sector, that is happening. So companies that we had discussions with before Christmas, they're a NASDAQ-listed company, and they're wanting to expand in South Cambridgeshire. We see with the Genome Campus that obviously that's a trust, so a slightly different thing, but significant interest from around the world. So not between us and Oxford or us and Bristol and us and Edinburgh, but us and California. So the combination of that foreign direct investment pressure that's coming in, and which the government is encouraging, and the final thing to say is that the Genome Campus have just started a 5-year project, basically looking at the prevention of the next pandemic. And they've been asked to do that by the government, and there is serious money behind that. And not surprisingly, we don't ever want to be in the situation again that we were in the last 3 years. And the government have recognised that. And guess where that money is coming to? It's coming to Oxford and Cambridge. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to go to officers in a second. Councillor Stobart, in your view, what remains to be answered from your set of 3 questions? Because we've talked quite a while there.
Yes, yeah. To be fair, I mean, a brief comment on the statistical behaviour of the models, but don't labour it. I think I've had a lot of airtime from my question here. Okay,
and which officer? Stephen is half waving for that one, I think.
Chair, if I start and pass on, because there were questions about students and the agglomeration of other users that I might ask colleagues about. But absolutely to affirm that what we have here is a specific model driven for the local, fit for purpose for the local plan process for South Cambridgeshire and the city. There is a national model that takes a national figure for the total number of houses across the whole country and divides it by 364 local authorities based on an algorithm. We know that that number is much lower, but the evidence, the local evidence suggests if we use that model to predict the number of homes that we need, we will exacerbate the issues that we're currently facing around the supply of housing, because it will not produce a sound number on which we can deal with not just the economic consequences and jobs and these houses that support that, but it will lead to, it won't stop, we can't necessarily stop those jobs from being created. What it will drive is serious damage into the ambitions of communities to be inclusive, because house prices will become even more affordable. They're already challenged. As competition increases, it will drive greater commuting, which will adversely affect both the climate change and well-being objectives. So in addition to the kind of national picture and the position for the country, we've sought to properly understand the very specific circumstances in this case. And that's consistent with the NPPF's requirement to identify your objectively assessed needs. And yes, the national planning, the standard methodology as it's called, might be appropriate in a range of circumstances. The evidence that we have points clearly to the fact that that is not an appropriate methodology to apply here for all of the reasons, and Councillor MacDonald's highlighted, Cambridge, Oxford, and a very few other parts of the country are probably exceptional in needing to identify their needs based upon the economic success. Most other places are dormitories, or they have very modest growth rates and economies. the evidence is clear. No one disputes the evidence that we are growing faster than anywhere around this part of the region. And so that's why we've chosen to develop a model that is jobs translating into houses, picking up on your point, as the population working here drives the housing need, rather than demographic adjustments or gentle migration, which is the characteristic of many other parts of the country. But I wonder whether Caroline can comment on this process, because we are factoring in or giving consideration to the issues surrounding student demand and so forth.
Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start, and then Stuart Morris may wish to add a couple of comments on the very technical side of things. But I think it is fair to say that we undertake economic forecasts. We're required to do that. We need to understand what the forecast economic growth is in our area. And for many areas, as Stephen said, the standard method for calculating number of homes may well be broadly in balance with those jobs. We did a sense check of our standard method number of homes and the number of jobs that would support, and it would support just over 43,000 jobs compared to our updated forecast of 66,600. So you can see that there's a significant difference between the number of jobs that the standard method homes would support and the forecast jobs to come to the area. Now, in the light of that situation, and very much with the focus on sustainable development, a strategy that responds to climate change, if we were not to respond and provide the homes to go with those jobs, there's the risk to the economy when we are required by national planning policy framework to support the national economy, support economic growth, but also risk of long distance commuting and all the other affordability and other factors that Stephen was referring to. In terms of the variance there may be, I mean, a forecast is as good as it can be, but it's a forecast. And obviously it's really important that we do monitor what actually happens. And one of the reasons we did the update on our evidence now was that we thought it was really important to make sure we have up-to-date evidence as we go through the plan-making process, and we don't get to an examination in the future and we'll still be relying on evidence based on figures from 2020, for example. That would put us in a difficult position down the road. So this may not be the last update that we do even to confirm the plan, but obviously after that we have authority monitoring reports where we monitor what we actually deliver, and we update our local plans, government says, every 5 years. So as we move through time, we check how reliable our forecasts have been. The forecasts that supported our adopted plans, for example, assumed 22,000 jobs in South Cambs and similar in the city in our plan period to 2031. And I can remember sitting in the examination, hearing on jobs, and all the developers around the table thought that was a pretty good estimate, a pretty good forecast of jobs. Our current evidence shows that we've already delivered almost all of that, and we've still got another 8 or 9 years to go. So, that's why you have to keep things under review as you move forwards. Our forecast tried to take account of changing market cycles, economic cycles, and so on. And Stuart, is there anything else that you'd want to add? I suppose you can say a little bit perhaps about job types, but also we have separate evidence that is looking on student needs and demands that are going to be coming forward in the area. We have separate evidence that looks at not just for the number of homes, what type of homes do we need, not just affordable homes, what sort of population demographics are we thinking are likely to come to the area, and what does that mean for the types of housing we need, both for those working in the area, but also things like housing for older people. So this is just one bit of evidence, and you may recall from the first proposals there's a big suite of evidence. But Stuart, is there anything specific? No, okay. Thank you, I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Stobart, I'm kind of hoping you're going to say that's okay, so I think Councillor Bygott feels he's waited quite a long time, but I will give it to you anyway.
You read my mind. That's excellent answers. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Councillor Bygott, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. So my question relates to jobs, infrastructure and housing.
Excellent. Excellent.
So one of the key issues that is addressed in numerous places in the draft plan is the question of where is the most sustainable place to be putting development. So, for example, if I read from bottom of page 4 on Appendix C, allocating development at the most sustainable strategic scale locations, thereby locating jobs, homes and day-to-day facilities and services in close proximity, should reduce the need to travel for all. So one of the topics that Mr. Kelly mentioned earlier was the concept of densification in Cambridge City. There is a table on page 11 in the main section, and a similar table on page 7 of Appendix A and also page 7 of Appendix E. The numbers are very slightly different. But one of the features of those tables is that there's a single line item for Greater Cambridge, comprising Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire. And I'm wondering if there's a specific reason why we don't break down the allocation between Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire. And so my question is, could it be helpful to help us to understand the issue of the most sustainable locations, of which Cambridge City certainly is one of the most sustainable locations, if we were to make that breakdown in those tables? Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Well, the simple answer is that it's a joint local plan, and it was the planning inspector who made the final decision on the last local plan, who determined that the next one needed to be joint. Now, I know that for the existing local plan, it's possible to identify. I think for the current sites that we've identified, we can say we can split that difference. But until we know what the opportunities are for densification and so on, it would not be possible to discriminate between the two. But it would be at the end of the day. Stephen, anything else to add to that?
Sorry, yes, Stephen Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, there's a couple of points in there. The first is, and it's something that you can look forward to reading in the future, which is the Authorities Monitoring Report, which identifies already gentle densification happening across the city, for example, in terms of the density of new developments taking place. It is a single housing trajectory for a single economic area, and the reason for the co-joined plans, the reason there's a Greater Cambridge partnership and so on, is because the spatial decisions that are being made now, or the spatial strategy, is in fact the continuation of a spatial strategy that started building houses in the city and expanding outwards from greenbelt releases, and continues to do so. It's quite and distinguishing between effectively the scores on the doors for the city and South Cambridgeshire is complicated further when one considers that places like Cambridge East, for example, so Cambridge Airport actually has a boundary through the middle of it, North East Cambridge, the Science Park, which is intended to densify for jobs, and the boundaries around the Cambridge railway station north are in fact in South Cambridgeshire, and the residential development area, for example, is in Cambridge City. So what we've tried to do is avoid separating artificially out the housing numbers in the first proposals, for example. It's possible to do that between the city and South Cambridgeshire, because what we don't want to do is to end up with a perverse incentive to allocate development in different places just to even the balance between everyone. Genuinely sustainable development doesn't respect administrative boundaries. It's about the behaviour of people and how they work and travel. And so we haven't done that. the existing 2 local plans that sit together, if you looked at the delivery rates in the early years, were significantly greater in Cambridge than they were in South Cambridgeshire. And as planned in that trajectory, the latter phases of that spatial strategy, on which the first proposals build, is a greater delivery rate in South Cambridgeshire than the city, because those elements in Eddington, for example, those parts of Eddington that have been developed are in the city, the future parts are in South Cambridgeshire, and so forth. So it's the administrative distinction between the two, we think is less significant. I recognise that sensitivities in terms of communities in South Cambridgeshire and city, if you start to polarise things into the number of homes per administrative area, might be of interest, but I don't think they would change the spatial strategy that you came up with and the rationale behind it. Quite rightly, once we understand what the final achievable, deliverable housing figure might be within the plan period, part of that will be looking at those brownfield sites, particularly in the city, that may well be capable of or see redevelopment. There's large areas of retailing, for example, which we know are through the changes in the sector are changing. There are questions about future uses of some of those areas. But we haven't yet been able to land on an absolute figure for the city or South Cambs. What we're trying to do, which is I think the point that you were making, Councillor Bygott, is to recognise the importance of infrastructure, jobs and homes being connected and being in clusters or in corridors that make sense to achieve those kind of objectives.
Councillor Bygott?
Thank you, Chairman. So thank you very much for that answer. I just have one question of clarification. So you mentioned several times the concept of gentle density. I wonder if you could define that, because my understanding is that it means something really quite different from the word gentle as we know it in the standard language. Thank you.
Councillor Smith or...
I think you said gentle densification, didn't you? Implying that it's been happening slowly and quietly and, you know, not dramatically impactfully. Am I correct?
It has been going on. I mean, it's been going on across cities over the last 20 years. When I was working in London, it was happening. In some respects, it's happening across the country. So people with a large garden, whether they be in a village or in the city, may well feel they have an opportunity to provide a home. It's not solely, and it's in fact a term that the government are using at the moment to suggest how they wish the Building Better, Building Beautiful campaign to see a realisation not only of beauty but also of more homes for people, is about making the most effective use of land. In the cities, you'll see elements of developments in large gardens. In our villages, you'll see infill development taking place within the village, which increases the density of the village on a per acre basis. What we're also seeing is making the most efficient use of land, and the planning committee end up having to make judgments about the design qualities that drive the right density for the right location. So it's a process, it's an ongoing process. There isn't an absolute number that I can say what it means. Clearly, there is consultation going on about, for example, increasing heights of buildings through permitted development. And that's an ambition that's being set out, particularly to add density in city areas as a way of making the most effective use of land. But it's a blended approach of different solutions informed by a set of, fundamentally judged by design parameters rather than an absolute set of numbers or targets.
Thank you. Councillor Bygott?
Thank you, Jim. I wonder if we could just have something later in writing on that, because I think if you read the Building Better, Building Beautiful document and also the consultation that the government put out, there was actually, I think, a section in there that had a very, very specific meaning of the term gentle density that is actually quite different from the standard word gentle. So I think it would actually be quite useful for us to understand that as a technical planning point. Thanks.
I'm sure that can be done. Yes, excellent, good. Okay. And in that case then, I shall move on to... Sorry, Councillor Bygott, are you okay for me to move on?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, excellent. Okay, Councillor Haylings.
Thank you. While we're looking at sort of the job projections and the impacts on housing, and that's within the Greater Cambridge area and what I've heard is emerging within that area, I wanted to know whether or not we're looking at the impact of changing job patterns in the wider area of London and us being in the commuter area, the commuting district of London. So therefore, the competition for housing coming out of jobs and working from home and more flexibility is people moving out of London into areas like, despite what Councillor Smith has been saying about Cambridge being an attractive area or not, but people in my ward have been receiving letters saying, do you realise, are you considering moving and selling your home because there is considerable interest from London commuters who would like to move to this area to be able to work from here for London. So it's just, have we done a study, within our study, do we understand that other push-pull in terms of competition and increase in demand, and whether or not it will impact us supplying the jobs and the houses that we need here when there's also pressure coming externally, and again this is raising the whole affordability of homes again, it's that sort of raising the prices there. So I was just wondering whether we'd considered that in the modelling.
Councillor Smith?
So I know some work that the Combined Authority did some time ago, evidence that as many people commuted into Cambridge every day as commuted out of Cambridge every day. So there was sort of stasis there. I don't know if Councillor MacDonald has anything sort of more up to date on that. Yes. So I'll have to defer to officers in that stage, but that was my impression that actually, yeah, you know, there's not much advantage, you know, as far as house prices are concerned, of living here or in London. But I don't know if we've got anything more up to date than that.
Stephen?
I'm just going to ask whether Stuart has got any insight around this, because there were assumptions made around commuting patterns that have informed some of the work that produces the current figure. Thank you, Stuart.
Stuart Morris.
Thank you. The overall answer is we don't really know. Commuting data, the best data is provided by the census, and the last commuting data we have is the census 2011. 2021 data will come out, but it's always the last data set to come out, and so it could be over a year off. And noting the point at which it was recorded, there's question marks over how meaningful that will be as a staging post kind of general trends. So we have used the census 2011 as one kind of way of looking at the relationship between jobs and homes. But as per the approach we took last time round, in order to try and cater for the jobs above standard method envisaged to come forward in the forecasts, the numbers in the report apply a one-to-one provision of homes to meet those additional jobs. So they don't match up with the kind of the pattern seen, precisely to try and reduce that longer-term commuting impact. But back to your question, we don't know the impact of that London change and COVID change in terms of commuting right now. I don't think anybody does in precise terms.
Councillor Halings?
No, I mean, it would be good if we had some modelling that, you know, again, it would just be, if it could be, but I think it would be interesting to see.
Sorry, a little moment there. Councillor Peter MacDonald to come in relation to Councillor Halings'
Just
question,
quickly, I was interested in Stuart's response, because I haven't seen those numbers on London versus Cambridge. Would be interesting. What we have seen is, because we have companies like Novartis and GlaxoSmithKline, who are based in Milton Keynes and Stevenage and places like that, and because of 3 days a week, anecdotally we're seeing people have moved north because they don't have to be there 5 days a week, and coming, because then they may have a job opportunity if they're moving from GlaxoSmithKline or Novartis into a Cambridge-based job. So that is definitely happening. Yeah.
Councillor Stobart, I assume your hand is up to be added to the list, yes?
Yes, it is. It's a very brief question.
No, it's fine. You're on the end of the list now, but just checking. Excellent. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. So my question is to ask what involvement anyone at the council and at what level has had in scrutinising the assumptions behind the modelling that drives these employment numbers. So just to give you a kind of few examples of why I'm asking that question, we've got this new modelling 2022. It actually uses a completely different data input set to the modelling we had last time. So we've got this LEFM data set, not the old East of England forecasting model. The LEFM is adjusted to 2021 population from the census, which I think is probably a reasonable assumption. It then goes on to repeat the same exercise using different data that we had in 2020, but it doesn't do it in exactly the same way. So in 2020, I think there were 3 high growth sectors that were added onto the baseline. This time we've got 5 high growth sectors that are added onto the baseline. And just to give you an example, in respect of the IT section, in 2020, the 2020 report said that even though there'd been some high growth, growth in that sector, IT, had fluctuated considerably. So despite short run growth, but fast growth between 2014 and 2017 in South Cambs, testing the growth rates does not suggest a justification for modelling growth above the regional average. That was what was said in 2020. This time, the report says it should be modelled above the average. It should be a high growth sector because of the recent strong performance. The employment count has increased by 40% since 2011. So 2 completely different views, just 2 years apart. One rejected as a high growth sector, the other one accepts it. Now, I've asked some questions about this privately as well. I mean, the model makes various other assumptions. So, for example, when it runs the higher growth model for these key industries, the current report says that if the model comes up with a figure for employment growth that's lower than the baseline, they'll actually take the higher of the 2. So we don't always use the model. If the model gives you a lower number, you don't actually use the model, you go back to the baseline. So whatever we might think about this, you know, there are assumptions made throughout this modelling to produce these numbers, and they are contestable. People will have different views about those assumptions. So I think residents and I think councillors as well really should know who's making these assumptions, what level or what involvement has there been from council officers or indeed council political lead in making the choices that result in these numbers that are, you know, potentially hugely significant for our area.
Thank you, Councillor Richard Williams. Councillor Smith.
So yes, of course, there are assumptions made, and my understanding is they're made at the highest level, but I'll let Stephen Kenny confirm that.
Stephen Kenny.
Thank you. I think Councillor Williams is right. There are a series of assumptions. There has been a shift in terms of the modelling, the categories used for modelling based upon the quality of the data that is available and the degree of greater finesse that the more recent modelling provides compared with the EEFM model. But perhaps I can, and to offer reassurance, what we have done is officers have been very closely involved working with the consultants around the modelling that they have been doing. They're clearly economic forecasting experts, but in terms of the way that the assumptions are being interpreted, in terms of the values value judgments that are being made and corroborated through, as Councillor Williams, if he's looked at the report, will see, external attempts to validate sets of assumptions based upon the evidence that we can determine, recognising that this is quite a sophisticated model for economic forecasting at this type of geography. But perhaps I can ask Stuart Morris, who's been intimately involved in this process from its inception, to perhaps comment further.
Stuart Morris.
Thank you. So yes, so absolutely. We're not leading experts in this forecasting. That's exactly why we commissioned the consultants, and we went through a procurement exercise to identify the best consultants to do it. We have involved our colleagues at the County Council Research Group to scrutinise particular elements related to their expertise to ensure that key inputs to that modelling was based and was robust from their perspective. And collectively as a team, we seek to scrutinise it all so that it's as robust as possible. In terms of the particular
points Councillor Williams makes. So so the model has changed from the last time round. That's because the East of England forecasting model previously used is no longer held by the Local Government Association. It's not available for use. So the LEFM, the Local Economy Forecasting Model, is available for use. It's used by a wide range of people around the country, and I guess its robustness is related to that they maintain it and people use it, and it's used in a wide range of instances. In terms of identifying additional sectors, I think the broad point is just that our consultants used the available data in 2020, and we'd expect them to respond to what the data shows. So in 2020, the data led to them identifying those 3 sectors. We have 3 more years of data, and drawing on that, we'd expect them to respond to that, and that's what they've done, is identifying those additional sectors. The only other point is that mapping the EFM sectors onto the LEFM sectors is not entirely matched up, so there is a bit of a differentiation there in itself. The last point about running the higher growth model against the baseline where the central scenario approach falls below it. So I think I engaged with our consultant about this point, and a response has been sent to Councillor Williams, but in that instance it relates particularly to the one sector, which was health and care, and our consultant's view was there is a particular relationship between the population in terms of health and care, and that stronger driver for the outcomes at 2041 was the right approach to take for that sector.
Great, thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, thank you for those answers. I mean, it's important because, you know, the result of all of these assumptions and these changes is it adds 16,000 to the baseline number. Because actually, if you look at the local economic forecasting model baseline for 2021, adjusted to the census data, actually comes up with a growth level. It's not all that different from standard method. It's a bit higher. But it's not all that different. So all of these assumptions are kind of adding on more and more jobs. So I think it is. I mean, I'm reassured, I suppose, to some extent, to know that officers are closely involved in this, and that we're not just being given, you know, models which the council is not having input into. But I do have concerns about these models and the extent to which they make assumption after assumption after assumption that just raises the number again and again and again and again and again, and then that's presented to us as our need. You know, some of the figures that are corroborated, I mean, I have looked at the report, but some of the figures that are, you know, cited as corroboration, I mean, there's some Cambridge Ahead data in there. Well, that's not entirely objective, because that comes from an organisation with a particular agenda. It's interesting, it's relevant. It's certainly something that you know, you can take into account. But I do worry about the extent to which the assumptions here are all tending towards the upside. They're not tending towards the downside. But that's more of a comment than a question, Chair. So I'll finish there.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Richard. Thank you, Councillor Richard Williams. Councillor Rippeth.
I think Councillor Williams has just asked my question in a more complex way than I would. But I might just ask it. We've used one source for this report, then one company, one source.
Councillor Smith in the first instance.
I'm not sure that's the case, really. May I defer to Stuart, please?
Thank you. Stuart.
So yes, clearly one company has produced this report, but drawing on all the available data sources. So Councillor Williams refers to the Cambridge Ahead data. Picking up that point, so the consultants looked at that. They didn't rely on it, noting the concerns that councillors may have, but it is an additional data source, and it just illustrates the challenge that it's very difficult to even identify what a historic level of jobs might be in the past. So it's important to look at all available data sources, including the national ones, the locally produced ones, and also to talk to stakeholders about their view of what the economy is doing at that point. So they've tried to triangulate all of that to come to, as best as possible, view of the future.
I ask it if I may come back.
Yep, sorry, it's Councillor Rippeth, yes.
Some of the things in the report seem to contradict each other, and then I'm also thinking, do we actually need these or not? You know, these homes, which I know is the kind of circular question that we're going around. Like on page 10 of Appendix B, paragraph 1.7, for example, it says stakeholders are broadly of the view that Greater Cambridge, notably life sciences, is in a fast growth cycle at present that will continue for a period, but that a slowdown in the medium term can be expected. So that's kind of like the opposite of what's been said in much of our, discussion so far. And yet, on page 27, that nobody's really picked up on this yet. Also, this will link with where you put those homes if you need them, is that, I'll just find the quotation. The current level of floor space commitments in the Greater Cambridge land supply and first proposals allocation, so I'm assuming taking what we've got at the moment, would provide enough offices and laboratories employment land to meet the needs generated under the central scenario. However, there is uncertainty regarding industrial and warehousing needs, so that would be obviously something in a different logistic location, because that is usually reliant on road system. So I'm just a little bit worried that we're jumping the gun a bit, and we don't quite know. I know it's predictions, but it's like an assumption that it's all guns blazing going miles ahead. And this is anecdotal, but I know of one friend who now lives hundreds of miles away from his job because with post-COVID can work the majority of the time from home and just commutes in a couple of times a month by train. It's all these things which I'm a little bit concerned about, that have we done enough to know this? Sorry, I'm directing that rather at you rather than Councillor Smith, sorry.
That's fine. Obviously, we'll go to Councillor Smith in the first instance, who may well then defer. I know that Stephen Kelly has something to add as well, so go to Councillor Smith first.
So it's really a question about the soundness of the local plan, and the soundness, is completely utterly dependent on the validity of the data and the evidence on which these assumptions are made. So I'm going to defer to Stephen for some sort of reassurance that, we're not taking this lightly, we're not jumping the gun, and the importance of getting this right now, because going back to Councillor Heather Williams' question, if we don't get ahead of the game on this, actually, we potentially end up in a mess with no 5-year housing land supply if we get it wrong.
Stephen Kelly.
Thank you. A couple of points. The first is building on the point of Councillor Smith. The reason we do this work, and importantly, remember, we then publish this work, is to ensure that there are many eyes on this, and there will be many different views in terms of the conclusions that we reach. I think we've had representations, I know that I think members of the Scrutiny Committee have had, about the industrial logistics sector that again challenge the modelling that we've done. Your point, so there is scrutiny through this process, and the examination of our assumptions, picking up on Councillor Williams' earlier point, and the soundness of the thinking or the rationale that underpins it will be tested. This isn't the end of the process, the publication of this report. This is the start of a process in which, when we publish and finalise a housing number, we fully expect at either ends of the spectrum, those who believe the figure is too low to advance arguments and rationales as to why they think it's too low, and those that think it's too high to equally advance their narrative. The process provides for the arbitration of that, or the examination of the evidence for precisely, independently, for precisely that purpose. The other point, though, that you highlighted about is this, are officers, in a sense, being sensible? Are we taking a view about this? I understand exactly the point you're making around the maturity of the life sciences sector. And the report highlights the fact that if this were the US, then the rate of pace of growth and the headroom and rate of change in the life sciences sector is now maturing and is slowing, as that part of the economy in that sector in that country is finding greater maturity. It makes clear that we are 15 years behind that process because of the very nature of the way in which Cambridge is positioned, the consequences of COVID and so on. But it does forecast a tailing off of the rates of growth that Councillor MacDonald highlighted in the latter parts of the plan period. We have disagreed with Cambridge Ahead's forecast, which makes an assumption about how long that rate of high growth continues. And you'll understand that our consultants have taken a view, which is in the report, that actually we think the market will mature at faster than the suggestions in Greater Cambridge. So what we have tried to do as your officers, as Stuart has said, is we're not experts in this field, but we've tried to take the data source, we've tried to take the advice and take a view, is that assumption credible? Well, we know that the US life sciences sector is a more mature sector. We know that in some respects, the UK, particularly through the work that we're doing, is still in a rapid growth. Councillor MacDonald's highlighted the investment that's pouring into that sector as a consequence of COVID and the attractiveness of our institutions in that journey. Does Cambridge Ahead's proposition seem more realistic than ours? Time will tell. But what we're trying to do, what we're most certainly doing, is taking a considered and cautious view on the evidence that we've got. And by the time we get to the examination phase, we will have more information, we will have another year's data, we will have greater insights on what's happening across all sectors in that trajectory. So I can't promise you that it's right. What I can, I have done three local plans in 3 different local authorities. No other, we have never gone to this level of sophistication in terms of economic modelling to try and determine a figure for housing for you. So we're in uncharted territory in some respects. Some people will say, well, that's reckless or foolhardy. What we would argue is we are absolutely committed to giving the communities the best possible understanding of what their need is, or what the need is for new homes. Because in this place, the consequences for getting it wrong, either under or over, are significant. And so our interest is solely to give you the very best evidence. And we will continue, as Stuart and Caroline have highlighted, to sense check, to challenge and to validate the work that we're doing to try and make sure that you can feel confident that there is no better way of producing that forecast at this moment in time.
Thank you. Councillor Rippeth?
Thank you, that's reassuring to know that this is under constant kind of examination, and that's obviously why we're here today.
Okay, I have 2 more people on this list, Councillor Heather Williams and Councillor Stobar. I then propose we take a 5-minute comfort break. My list did include infrastructure, housing and economics. I feel we've covered lots of things on housing and lots of things on economics in that. I'm not saying we can't come back to them. So my proposal would be that I would start a section on infrastructure after that break, and that would basically be the bit. If there was anything else at that point, people can throw it in. But we've gone shorter each time as we go through. So Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just on a couple of things that were said earlier, I appreciate that it is a joint local plan, but there will be anxiety potentially in what's been said about having one figure for everywhere and not providing some form of guidance as to the proportions that will be in City or South Cambridgeshire, because we're talking about an awful lot of housing, you know, housing levels that we can only really dream of, and not everybody will probably still with this council when it comes to fruition, councillors and officers alike. So I do think we need to give residents some assurance that not all of these houses are going to come to South Cambridgeshire. Equally, not all are going to go into City. So I don't think it's enough to provide just a blanket number for the whole area. We need to give people some reassurance because they will be fretful enough given the numbers that we're talking about. So that would be my first point. The second point, coming from what Councillor Pippa-Halings was saying in relation to London. Now, my ward is very different to many other parts of South Cambridgeshire because the majority is south of Royston. So London is 38 minutes on the train from a train station within my ward, and a lot of people actually commute London way instead of Cambridge. So I think it's something that we shouldn't disregard and should appreciate in our numbers where things are coming from when we're looking in that respect. I think that was a very valid point that was made. So will that be taken forward and will that be looked at? The other third part of my questioning is that we have mentioned in some of the documentation, some of the briefings, about the ability to share responsibility with other district councils in respect of our demand, the amount of jobs. And I'm thinking from the jobs perspective as well, there is a finite amount of resource, be it water or anything else, and there will come a time if we don't try and spread that growth that we will implode or just run out, or tensions will get so high that we'll just stop. And as Councillor Bridget Smith has said, it's very important that we keep the investment here in the United Kingdom. So I would like to know what conversations are being had with neighbouring district councils to see if they are able to take a share of this growth, because I'm sure there are other district councils out there that would cry out to have the investment and the growth and the jobs that we are forecasting here. So I do feel that perhaps what gets lost is a responsibility to try and share that growth as well with our neighbours. And that's something that it gets mentioned, but we don't really know what's happening with. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
I can categorically say that some of if there is to be additional housing, some of it certainly will be in Cambridge City. And if you look at the results of the first call for sites and where the proposed allocations are there, you will see that quite a bit of it is in the city, and necessarily considerably denser than we're seeing in South Cambridgeshire. So that's for sure. You referenced the number of people from your patch, so the Mordens, commuting to London. I trust you're not saying you want development in the Mordens in order to accommodate London commuters. Okay, fine.
Point of personal explanation, Chair.
Okay.
Hold on. I feel, Councillor Smith, that based on your comment, you ought to allow Councillor Williams a few seconds to come back.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely not what I was saying at all in relation to my ward. I was pointing out that South Cambridgeshire is a large district. It's not just the city. And whether provision was being made in the modelling to help people that are commuting London way. But no, I was not advocating thousands of houses in my own ward, Chair, and I think it's very important that is clarified and accepted by this committee.
That's fine. I was teasing you, Councillor.
The Chair will just sit with a benign smile at that point. Councillor Smith.
And then, so then on your conversation about the duty to cooperate, well, very regretfully, one of the things that's being consulted on in the government's current review of planning laws is ditching the duty to cooperate, which will be an absolute tragedy. So, in fact, I was meant today to have a meeting with the leader and the chief exec of Uttlesford Council. Unfortunately, they had to cancel it at the last minute, because that was exactly one of the conversations I would be having. So, we do talk both at my level and certainly at Stephen's level and Liz Watts's level with neighbouring authorities to see what the opportunities are. Because, of course, the borders we have, particularly sort of borders between us and the likes of Huntingdon, are not real borders. People, the jobs cross them, the houses cross them, people cross them. Well, people aren't aware of these borders. And so, we are certainly between the city, a bit of East Cambridgeshire, us and Huntingdonshire, we are all part of the same functional economic area. And it's really important that we work together when we're conducting our local plans, because we can't be constrained just by our geographical borders. So those conversations do go on all the time. Okay. I think Stephen Kelly might want to add something to that.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, we have in fact had duty to cooperate conversations with all of our neighbours. We had to do that for the first proposals because we were proposing a greenbelt release. And where you propose a greenbelt release, you have to have a conversation in the first instance with neighbouring districts to ask whether they would be prepared to take the housing that would otherwise be proposed in the greenbelt into their areas. The most relevant in some respects, we are bounded by a large number of authorities. I don't recall that any of the authorities offered to take housing need from South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge and increase their own housing supply requirements as a consequence of that. We do have conversations that with West Suffolk, particularly about the relationship of Haverhill to South Cambridgeshire, because clearly we know people travel in that direction, as we do with Uttlesford, and particularly around the point around the relationship with Royston and commuting. Clearly, we're quite tightly bounded to that town, and so our duty to cooperate conversations with them, with Bedford and with Huntingdonshire. East Cambridgeshire, who have gone through a recent local plan review, clearly didn't propose to increase their housing numbers and so are making no provision in their assumptions about growth that we've identified in Greater Cambridge needing to happen. That plan has been through an examination process and we're waiting to see what the response is. So we are most certainly trying to understand the consequences for the relationship with neighbouring neighbouring districts, and indeed the relationship with the city. Picking up on your point, Councillor Williams, around commuting patterns, I think we probably need to wait for the census releases that will come forward in the next year or so, which will help us to understand better the current trends towards commuting patterns than the 2011 data, which clearly massive changes have taken place in our functional economic geography since that time. And we will continue to keep under review issues around our site allocations, respecting those patterns of behaviour as we go forwards. But we most certainly, notwithstanding the government's consultation, continue to engage with our neighbouring districts, and as long as the provision is there, we will be examined on it, in fact, as part of our process for the local plan.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied also that nobody knows or wants to believe that I am proposing thousands of houses in my ward, although I'm sure perhaps Councillor Bridget Smith is inviting them to Gampingate, perhaps.
I feel we will move on at this point, otherwise our two leaders are clearly engaging in a, well, we shall call it gentle ribbing, shall we? Okay, Councillor Stobart.
Two brief comments, Chair. The first on commuting patterns. The thought that popped into my head was, why not monitor how Waterbeach Newtown develops? Because of the proximity of the station, it is a prime place for London commuters to look at if they want to live in the Cambridgeshire countryside. But there will be a large number of people there who will commute to Cambridge South and Cambridge and the Research Park and so on. So I think monitor Waterbeach Newtown is a way of gathering some data. And then just the other thing about the modelling. In the sectors that I'm familiar with, and mostly in the engineering sector, one model always emerges as dominant. And the reason for that is that it's, first of all, widely used. That means it's widely trusted because it's usually being subjected to barrages of cynicism. You know, will this model work? And it survived. So, you know, going for a model that's well used, and this one is the LEFM is well acknowledged and thoroughly used. And I think, you know, as a reliable modelling tool, it passes all the tests. So I would say it's a good choice.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fane did stick his hand up just as I was about to say we're going to move on. So Councillor Fane, we'll do your question and then we will take our break.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to go straight for the headline housing needs assessment, which I think is the core issue which has been of concern to a lot of people who are reading about this update in the press. who think that we have moved from a maximum of 44,400 to 51,800, an increase of 16.5%. Now, that 44,400 was based on an objectively assessed need. Clearly, there are some factors that have changed, but the water constraints we discussed earlier have hardly been resolved as yet. There are other constraints, Greenbelt. But the question that I wanted to ask about is how objectively assessed need is to be assessed, because there have been a number of changes to this. And in particular, the Secretary of State said on 6th of December, he made a statement in the House. And the gist of that is that there will be an amended method for calculating assessed need, which will be advisory. It will be up to local authorities working with their communities to determine how many homes can actually be built, taking into account the constraints, that is what should be protected in each area. Greenbelt is mentioned, water is not specifically, but clearly that would count. And it will be up to them to increase the proportion of affordable housing if they wish to. Now, of course, we don't know the exact wording that will be adopted for this or when that will come in. But the consultation closes on the 2nd of March. The bill is not likely to be getting royal assent till well after that. And I'm wondering whether it is wise to make such a massive change in our assessment of need when the criteria for doing so is so uncertain.
Because they're not actually saying you are allowed to under-deliver the amount of jobs and housing that the evidential evidence shows you need. What they're saying is you can find other ways of meeting that need, but they don't specify what the other ways of meeting that need is. Now we are in the position where we have already hit the target that we thought we would hit in 2031 for jobs, and we've hit it in 2023. So you know, if that trajectory for jobs continues at this rate, you know, we are very rapidly going to be in a deficit for housing. We already have some amongst the highest housing purchase and rent prices in the country, and we have 25% higher carbon emissions than the national average because of the amount of commuting. So, you know, we have to think our job as local leaders is to make difficult decisions for the greater good. And, you know, we have to think about the consequences of not making provision for the jobs and the people taking those jobs, the people living here, because it allows us just to keep our housing numbers down. And we know, and we've heard a number of times this evening, that the consequence of that is even higher house prices, even more commuting, even more carbon emissions, even more damage to the environment, even more pressure on people's already stretched cost of living. So, you know, regardless of what the government says, you know, we still have a duty to meet the need that we have assessed for jobs and housing. The government will certainly have something to say about it if we, as a local authority, take actions that does damage to our economy. We are net contributors to UK PLC. You know, we are the Golden Triangle, the Oxford, Cambridge, London Golden Triangle. We are the people who are restocking the government's coffers. And you know, if they see us starting to damage that economy and cut off that stream of money that comes out of the Golden Triangle, they will most certainly have something to say about it. So, you know, it's all very well for government to say, you know, to say these things, but for areas like us, which are really very unique in the amount of growth we're seeing, they really are not relevant. And I sat in a meeting yesterday at the Local Government Association talking to council leaders of different political persuasions, but in areas that are enormously constrained by Greenbelt to the tune of up to 96%, you know, who are just outraged by some of these proposals coming forward because they know that they are not going to be able to, like us, easily meet then the need for housing and jobs that keep them as truly sustainable and vibrant and good places to live.
Councillor Peter Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a very, very.
Okay, thank you. Question strike. Why have I gone quiet? Sorry, it's a very political question, so maybe the answer from Councillor Smith is the entire answer. Okay, Councillor Halings.
Just a clarification to that very robust thing. I think just to confirm that we seek to meet, not that we meet, because we have to balance everything out. So I think you said we have to meet it, but we seek to meet it.
It's getting late and I'm getting tired. Thank you.
Okay, so I suggest at this point that we take a 5-minute break and that then we come back and we have our final section discussion related to infrastructure. It is 7 minutes past 8, so let's aim to literally be back for 12 minutes past 8 so that we can aim to finish. Thank you very much.
We are now live. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome back to this meeting of Scrutiny Overview Committee. We are going to move on to our third topic, which I think really will now be our final topic, as the other two of housing and economics have to some extent been covered by all the topics. However, if colleagues have questions which they hadn't answered in those areas, if I can encourage you now to just ask any remaining questions under the general banner of infrastructure. So, nobody leapt in. First of all, Councillor Ellington is our first one, Councillor Hart is our second one, and Councillor Redrup our third, and then we'll carry on from there. So, Councillor Ellington.
Thank you. My concern is that there is an enormous amount of concentration on jobs and housing, and very, very, very little concentration on communities. And communities need odd places where they can have pavilions, they can have a little corner shop, where entrepreneurs can start a one-man business. All those sort of things are needed, and there is nothing that I've found, having not read totally every word, I have to admit, that actually talks about communities. And if one thing that's more important than anything else in South Cambs, it's that each of our villages is a little community and that people support each other. And one of the reasons, in my view, that the country is in such a muddle just at the moment with NHS is that the next door neighbour doesn't know you and therefore doesn't pop in and just make sure you're all right. And it's those sort of communities that are the strength of South Cambs that we need to build on. And it's not in this plan.
Councillor Smith.
So, Councillor Ellington, I agree with every word that you say regarding the importance of community. And I think during the pandemic, South Cambridgeshire demonstrated the strength of its communities outstandingly. The fact that every single village had mobilised a support group within less than 3 weeks was quite astonishing. So I think, within our villages, I think we have excellently established communities. I think they're under enormous pressure because of the economy. I've heard of 3 pubs close in the last week. I heard of 3 pubs that were closing, and they're all pubs that I know. So I think that's extremely tough on communities. I'm not worried, other than the fact that we're seeing the loss of community facilities within villages. I think villages are remarkably resilient. Obviously, when it comes to building these large new settlements, there needs to be a lot that is done to ensure that communities become established as early as possible and have the infrastructure that they need for it. So, Cambourne, which is an extraordinarily successful place now, did not have a good beginning because it was housing first, and things like the churches and the community centre and so on came too late. As you know, it's been challenging to get that all in place at Northstowe, but things are now moving forward there at pace. So we know the importance of making sure that there are community facilities there. These depend on largely on developers and on Section 106, but obviously we are largely responsible for ensuring that the developers meet the commitment to provide the wherewithal so that communities can thrive. So absolutely, and if you think it needs to be reviewed within the current local plan, then we will review it because it's every bit as important to me as it is to you.
I assume that's kind of the end of your answer, unless you wish to refer to any officers. No. Councillor Ellington, anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay, marvellous. Thank you very much. Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Chair. And I've been sitting here thinking, I could have asked this question in another section. I thought, but yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I was going to wait for housing, but here we go. So I've noticed that the term, and I'm very pleased to hear that the term sustainability and sustainable development, I've kept a tally really of how many times it's been mentioned now, and it's really reassuring to hear that that's still very much on the cards. So in terms of the need for more housing, I guess the question that's probably in all of our minds are, well, where could these actually be built? And would this, or might this mean there is a need for another new town?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So, the papers you have in front of you today identify the sort of three key strategic sites of the biomedical site, questions there on whether there needs to be any greenbelt release. Recent meeting I had with them, they were talking about key worker housing, but not on the greenbelt, actually through densifying parts of the site that are already in use. And then obviously we've got the airport and northeast Cambridge. I think further work needs to be done to validate the figures that are coming forward now, and to identify what the opportunities are for further densification of existing sites and proposed sites. So, a lot of effort has gone into minimising the further land release through greater densification, and we know that in places like Waterbeach, actually buildings are being built quite high for this area. It's a fine balance, isn't it, between how much land you're prepared to release for development, because of course once it's developed, it's lost and it's gone forever. But are people prepared to accept higher rise buildings? So I can't categorically say that there won't be a need for a further large settlement. I think that will become evident in due course. But I'm sure Stephen Kelly can add some meat to that.
Stephen Kelly.
Thank you. Well, really, just to say, one of the things that we're seeking to try and get. One of the things that the report highlights is the commitment to the current spatial strategy. And that spatial strategy includes settlements that we haven't mentioned in its makeup. Depending upon, as part of the first proposals, we distributed the growth in the housing figure across that whole area. We don't yet know what is going to be deliverable in terms of a housing requirement across the plan period, and therefore whether or not those sites and the distribution, or indeed scope for further densification, or indeed further sites in the city that weren't identified in the local plan are going to come forward or be capable of forming part of that solution. That will be something that we will need to resolve by the summer when we bring the next iteration of the plan, when we've been able to work through the housing numbers more clearly against the environmental constraints that exist, and whether or not that justifies any further site allocations across the area. So it would be wrong for me to rule in or rule out any additional proposition here, because I simply don't have a number against which we need to distribute that growth.
Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for those responses. I guess the other words that are going around in my head is that word deliverability, and I feel reassured that that's something that's very much front and centre. And I think, Councillor Leader, you said another in your previous answer to the previous question about infrastructure first and learning. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor, Councillor, are you wanting to add to the list? Yes, sorry. I know that's what you're doing, but it causes me to stop. I was getting thrown by that. Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. My question's about the carbon impact of building new homes. I'm really pleased looking at the policies in the first proposals that we have so many good policies on energy use in new homes that go well beyond the current national standards, and clearly any proposed new homes would be much cheaper and more energy efficient to run than the majority of our current housing, but we still do have this carbon impact of building lots of new homes, and the worry that it could use a significant portion of the 11 million tonne carbon budget for Greater Cambridge. So my question is, can we reduce the impact of building new homes by going further in the policies on reducing carbon emissions in construction?
Councillor Smith.
Okay, what a good question. So that we will go as far as we possibly can. So we are looking at building some houses with our our joint venture partner, and we're looking to build to passive house standards for that. Again, you know, it's all a balance again. So balancing the carbon cost of building homes, you know, which is a one-off, against the carbon cost of people commuting for years and years and years, which is an ongoing cost. So, you know, we need to be thinking about that as well. But absolutely, we should be building a generation of houses which are just so much more energy efficient than certainly what I live in at the moment, which definitely is not energy efficient. And, you know, to benefit the environment, but also to benefit people's cost of living. So, you know, for 5 years, this administration has talked about housing that's affordable for everyone to live in. And that means freeing up as much people's income as possible from the slavery of paying utility bills and gas and oil and electricity. So the more energy efficient we make the homes, the better it is for people, and the better it is for the environment. So we will certainly go as far as we possibly can. What I am seeing a lack of commitment from government about this. Again, government, in my view, should be mandating that all new homes need to be including a significant percentage of renewable energy. They should be mandating for much higher biodiversity net gain targets. You know, as I said before, water recycling. There's so much that government could do to show leadership on this. We can do our best, but at the end of the day, you know, a planning inspector could easily decide that we're being unreasonable, and that because developers, some of them will go along with us, others will say, you know, it hits their bottom line. So, you know, we do our best to work with developers to deliver housing of the highest standard. But, you know, we need to be working with government to get them to bite the bullet as well and make it easier for us to deliver on our ambitions, which I know are shared by just about every council of every political persuasion in this country.
Okay, Marcus. Do you wish anyone to add something from officers, or are you happy from your perspective to move on? No, I'm checking if you want anything else added at this point. No. Okay. Councillor Redrup.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. I was just wondering if there is any possibility of looking into extending any of our policies to a wider range of developments, so perhaps the whole life carbon assessment or the circular economy policy for construction, or if it might be possible to include any best practice targets for upfront carbon emissions for construction. Those were the sorts of things I was thinking about, but obviously it does depend on what's feasible. Thank you.
Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Mr. Kelly because much as I would love just to say yes, it's about what is possible.
Stephen Kelly.
Well, two things. The first is that we actually have done work as part of the local plan to try and understand the key parameters to get us towards a net zero position through the life of the plan, recognising that 2050 kind of commitment statutory requirement to do so. Councillor Smith has already highlighted the conclusions of that, which is that it's very, on one level it's not easy, but it's straightforward to identify how you can reduce the footprint arising from construction and the homes themselves. It becomes far more significant in those circumstances as you improve or get closer to passive house, the implications of people's use of those homes and behaviours in terms of travel movements, which is why we come back to and settle on the spatial strategy. But we have produced a report on that, which I'd encourage people to look at. In terms of how far we're going to be able to push it, this is a kind of live debate in the context of where national development management policies might take us, and at the same time where the building regulations and the review of building standards may well in fact push things. Certainly, wherever we can, we're seeking to ensure that new homes, so the homes on Darwin Green that were consented by the Joint Development Control Committee have I think they have a provision in them that they are not fueled by fossil fuels in their electric heating and so forth. And so we are dynamically as we can moving towards trying to encourage the development industry and both commercial and residential development to adopt those kind of approaches. It does get difficult when it becomes when we think about cementing that against specific standards in the plan, because we will be examined against compliance with national policy, and at the moment it doesn't, it encourages, but it doesn't necessarily allow us to strengthen it perhaps as far as we would go. But the national development management policies that have been referenced do seem to be suggesting or pointing towards standards for building performance and environmental sustainability, but we'll have to wait and see when they come out later this year.
Councillor Redrup.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Riffith.
Yeah, I was going to ask this under housing, but I'll obviously ask it now. So if an additional area of Greenbelt were released to the south of the biomedical campus, how do you see that as the best way of maximising that if that were given permission?
So it won't be my decision. Greenbelt release has to meet the exceptional circumstances standard, and the decision's down to the Secretary of State to make that decision. So if any Greenbelt is put forward, it will be down to the applicant to make the case for exceptional circumstances, and then it'll go to the Secretary of State to decide on it.
Okay. Do you want any?
So I'm correct, aren't I? Oh, not quite. No, he's frowning at me. Okay, better clarify then. Sorry. Wave at me if I'm getting it wildly wrong, please.
Okay, Stephen.
You're not totally wrong, but certainly the local plan. Ultimately, the determination will be whether any release of Greenbelt is justified through the terms of the examination process, and that is the Secretary of State's inspector provides an assessment of that, which is why I just wanted to clarify it. But the rationale for including the Addenbrooke's continuing exploration of the Addenbrooke's Greenbelt release in this paper is because of a set of very interesting circumstances that we're trying to understand whether they're exceptional, which relates to the biomedical campus, its current deficiencies, the difficulties in terms of movement and sustainability that it's starting to expose. It's obviously only 2/3 completed at this moment in time against its existing allocation. And the suggestion that because of the composite nature of land ownership, we need a very unique way of managing the success of what is Europe's largest life sciences cluster in a different way to solely landowner-driven development proposals. So with the arrival of Cambridge South Station, which is imminent in many respects in terms of a commitment for infrastructure, we feel it appropriate, and that's why we've referenced it in this report, to try and understand how far the requirements to create a much better place dovetail with the exception test before we can determine whether or not we can take that forward through the local plan process. But with apologies for suggesting that the leader was in some way incorrect, it is ultimately a matter for the local plan and the assessment of whether or not the release is justified by the Secretary of State's inspector rather than a planning permission referral or an explicit piece.
Thank you, Stephen.
Am I allowed a quick follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah. So if that were given permission, as in the mindset of what we would best want for that area, obviously the employment and the almost like tidying up and improving what's there from the money from anything extra. But also, I presume, what type of housing, like a full range of affordable to make it a walkable, cyclable neighbourhood with almost on-site job to work, sorry, I'm losing the thread. Your home to place of employment would be incredibly close, and that would be a much better environmental solution from the point of view of emissions. So key worker housing, what would we be wanting to, as a council, look at if that site were one that we decided to apply for further release of Greenbelt.
Councillor Smith.
I'm going to defer to Stephen in case I say something wrong on this.
Stephen Kelly.
It's a complex site, and one of the things, and it's got a lot of, in a sense, even fairly straightforward issues to do with the fragmented land ownership, the level of amenity that leads to difficulties even for existing workers in terms of the mix of land uses. So we are exploring the role of in which some form of more holistic and master planned approach might deliver not only the essential ecosystem that allows for significant and rapid advancement of medical treatment for communities, not only in Cambridge, but importantly in Cambridge and across the world, through the close association of both research and hospitals, acute care hospitals, but also what that means for staff, how we can manage more effectively the flow of people in and out, including the need to accommodate some of those key workers, the difficulties that Adam Brooks faces in terms of recruitment and retention, the reduction of commuting and so on, and elements of place, which the biomedical campus is particularly weak on at this moment in time. So the proposals that we are exploring with them include the creation of more public access to some of that green belt in terms of country park space and so forth, as well as understanding where the best place to put any key worker housing is, where the best place is to put some of those other features, including things like the helipad even, as we go forwards. They're in a process in which we're asking them to justify how all of those things come together in a deliverable, because the letdown for the biomedical campus has been the ability to curate and deliver that effectively in the way that other places can. We're asking them how they can explain and justify that any further greenbelt release would make the delivery of that better quality place and that integrated kind of proposition of places to live and work and to addressing some of those acute commuting difficulties that give rise to the campus every day before we form a final view. But what we want to try and do is to signal to them that we are interested in them still pursuing that, because it's not a cheap endeavour, and the landowners involved in that process need to understand that we are still interested in understanding whether they can pursue that.
Thank you. So it's about placemaking. Thank you.
Councillor Cone.
Thanks very much, Chair. So my question builds on Councillor Ellington's question. It's sort of around healthcare predominantly. When we're forecasting additional houses and making plans, really just to make sure that we are considering healthcare local to where people are, whether that is dentists, GP service, health centres. So it's about how are we working with local sort of healthcare providers, whether that be the NHS or the private sector, which might include some of the GP services, which are essentially their own businesses. How are we going to facilitate premises within new developments for, uptake of, GP service and, dentists to want to start up locally to where people live. And then I suppose the bigger issue around, if we are having a lot more residents, the impact on Adam Brooks Hospital. I know we've talked a lot about that in terms of staffing and housing, which will obviously go up if we've got more patients to treat in the local area. So just an assurance that we are working with those providers to make sure that we can deliver good healthcare to the additional people that will be living in this area, and that's provided as locally as possible.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So again, another very good question, and very appropriate at this time when we are in, we're in a healthcare crisis, throughout nationally. So obviously there's a limited role for, our role as planners and people who produce Section 106s and so on is key to this. It feeds into the placemaking question as well, about making sure there's provision. The Combined Authority is involving itself very much in health provision. Obviously, the mayor is a medic, and the head of the integrated care service is a non-voting board member at the combined authority. So, you know, we need to see leadership from all parties on this to make sure that we don't end up with a more denuded health offer to people in South Cambridge and Cambridge City than we already have. We had a meeting last week with Addenbrooke's Hospital where they were talking about the new cancer hospital and the new children's hospital, and the fact that they are fundraising for, I think, £100 million additional for to deliver each of those. And you know, that's to relieve the pressure that's currently on Addenbrooke's at the moment. It's not really extra beds; it's just to relieve the pressure. So it was really quite. It was quite alarming, actually, the conversation with the hospital about their pressures and the fact that the outcomes of the pandemic in the east of England were amongst the worst in Britain, and that was because of the existing pressures on the health service here and of a regional centre, which you're obviously very familiar with. But is there more, if I may refer to Stephen Kelly, is there more we should be doing within the local plan to make sure that our residents have confidence that new housing and new jobs will come with associated improvements and increases in healthcare?
Stephen Kelly.
So we are having, we are engaging with the integrated care partnerships, and no surprises. The question that they quite rightly ask is how many people are going to be in the area and how many people do we plan for, and we cycle back to the conversation about how many homes are we going to have, and the importance of making sure that we have the right number of homes that we're identifying so that the health community can identify the right treatment patterns and pathways for that demographic. The other thing that we can do, so helping the health service by ensuring that our forecasting is as good as it possibly can be about what the population of this district is. This isn't about a planning conversation in terms of it has real meaning for the healthcare sector that is trying to build infrastructure and to think about the infrastructure down the line that is going to give rise to. So we're doing our best with the modelling, as we've tried to explain, and we will see where that takes us to. The other thing, though, that our spatial strategy seeks to do is to recognise how, insofar as we can, concentrating growth and focusing on new settlements does provide, through the scale of those developments, sufficient scale to see new facilities delivered on those sites to support those new communities. If we seek to disperse growth in another spatial strategy across the entire area, what you then find is incremental pressure on localised existing facilities, but lacking in the case of for example, Bourne Airfield, potentially £5 million into the primary healthcare sector to deliver a new building deliberately for that new community. Clearly, health infrastructure can be quite expensive, setting aside the need for the processes that sit behind it. But by a spatial strategy that we've advanced and which we're seeking your continued support for, centering on these larger settlements, we have the best opportunity to deliver new infrastructure for those new communities without compromising significantly the infrastructure in those surrounding areas. And it's really important as part of that we can continue to update and keep appraised. Things like our annual monitoring report on housing delivery helps the healthcare community to understand where homes are being built and therefore where demand is likely to come from. So the less that we spread out the growth, the more that we can try and locate it in new settlements, noting that all of the comments that have been made about the challenges of doing so in places like Northstowe and Cambourne, the best chance we've got to help the health sector respond to the kind of growth challenges with at least land and buildings and funding for new infrastructure in a meaningful chance.
Thank you. Councillor Cohen.
Thank you very much for that, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor van der Weyer.
Thank you. I would like to sort of broaden out the issue of these new allocations that there is a bit in the documentation and just clarify how they're related to the objectively assessed need A little bit more, sort of reading between lines, I think the idea is that we can maybe speed up the delivery a bit. Is the idea to explore that potential to increase delivery or increase density on those sites? Between now and the summer, which when you said we need to be sort of being clearer about this, will we really be able to achieve much more certainty about what can be achieved there? Not unrelated in terms of the sort of where we might find more numbers, the question of a new allocation. We've discussed in the past how having too many large new allocations can actually be counterproductive. You don't just have a large new allocation and get proportionally more houses because there's some sort of competition between them. Will it be possible to get some idea about that effect between now and the relatively short time before the summer? And then just to sort of on that, at the moment we've got this new evidence. So what's happening next is you're having this sort of a bit of feedback interaction with us on this, and then we'll come back in I don't know, 6 months' time, whenever, with this draft. Is there any other new evidence you'd be expecting between now and then to feed into that process? So will there be other opportunities to interact on through the process? Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Can I ask Stephen to pick that up, because he was quite detailed about how what we're doing so far to increase delivery and density, and how the predicted new numbers relate to those three sites, please.
Stephen Kelly.
So, and I'm sorry if it's not clear. The report today is not seeking to bring forward any new allocations as part of the process, and equally contingent upon what the position is in terms of the most substantive new evidence will be water, that then allows us to identify how we what the headroom is to either at least make moves towards the identified need based upon the existing provisions that we outlined in the first proposals, which of course go beyond the current adopted local plan. So those proposals in the first proposals, those site allocations and the assumptions about densification that Councillor Van der Waal has highlighted, we need to be able to validate against the water data. Beyond that, whether there's a need for further allocations is, as I said, something that we will have to consider. But at this moment in time, I can't envisage significant further evidence coming forwards beyond the water framework plan, other than our own understanding of what that means, that is pending any further decision on those matters. As we said, we're seeking to affirm the spatial strategy, and we're not proposing to suddenly move to a different spatial strategy. That means that if we do need to start to look at other sites, we would look to try and identify sites consistent with the current strategy of large sites rather than dispersed growth, and looking to try and think through what that meant in terms of our densification that we've touched upon and the first proposal allocations, the point around Camborne that people have raised, which we haven't asserted at this point. It was one of the questions, I think, but which is clearly in the consideration that we will take forward.
Councillor Van der Waal.
No, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So one of which is Councillor Bhattacharya couldn't be here this evening, but one thing that I'm sure members will be aware of is her dedication to promoting that faith provision be made. And I do hope that can be looked into and explored further, because we are talking about significantly more housing, and we're talking about people moving for work purposes and not just expansion of the current population. So with that, we are going to have, you know, need for more diversity in the provisions that are made. So if that could be noted, please, Chair, or response given for a commitment to that from the leader or whoever's doing it at the moment. When it comes to affordable housing on strategic sites, because I think this is sort of touching what has just been mentioned by Councillor van der Veer, is that it's incredibly frustrating when you're on committee. We have a policy of 40% affordable housing, but as we saw, like in Waterbeach, you get 30% because there's lots of other competing costs for setting up a town or village, like you're born, completely from scratch. And that leads myself to be concerned at the moment, and those on planning committee will know affordable housing is one of my, shall we say, pet issues that I particularly like to focus in on, because we know that a lot of the issues we have, as the leader has said, is around affordability. So how are we balancing that with the other needs, but in a way that we don't think we're going to end up with less than 40% affordable housing like we've seen on places like Waterbeach, because otherwise it feels like a bit of a self-defeating prophecy that we'll always need more houses for affordability purposes, but the way that we're planning means we're never going to get them. So that's the other thing is on Appendix D, I think it is for everybody. We've had some differences if you're online or paper. So it's the page 12 on D, as I've got it in front of me, effects of spatial option 9 identified in 2021 SA. And this is something that I think is causing, or definitely in my patch I've had people speak to me, that's causing concern, some reassurance around this, that the current spatial strategy, because we have these 8,000 houses that aren't allocated anywhere yet, does allow for building in villages. Indeed, we heard earlier on from Mr. Kelly that small sites in villages are still envisaged. And the bit that's particularly concerning, it talks about rural employment, Swavesey Junction, Babraham, as well as in the southern cluster and villages. Now, I won't go, there's an element of political challenge in southern cluster, so I won't go there, Chair, that's a matter for full council. But those of us in the southern part of the district do have concerns when we hear southern cluster and villages. And there was 600 plus sites, a lot of them in that southern cluster and a lot of villages. And residents right now, because they don't know where these 8,000 houses are going, are genuinely concerned that any submission of the call for sites is now up for grabs again by developers. So can we have more explanation to the process? Obviously, those sites have been looked at. I very much imagine there's been more sites to it since. So maybe knowing how many sites we're now at would be helpful. And are we looking at the sites submitted again for these 8,000, or where are the future ones? And if there has been some since, because I imagine in South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City there have been, where are they? And so residents can really see what it is that's potentially going to be built on, because that, I think, right now is the real fear factor, and that's not good for our residents.
Councillor Smith.
Okay, so I'll go backwards on this. So I think you're jumping the gun, risk jumping the gun here, Councillor Williams. So as you know, sites continue to be submitted into the local plan process right up until the last minute. They are assessed based on what our strategy is. The whole purpose of this evening has been to reaffirm our strategy. And I think we've given a very, very strong message that, the strategy stands. So the strategy that protected unsustainable locations from development during the first, the first sift of those many, many sites put forward, still stands and will function in exactly the same way. So I think it's really important that we don't raise alarm amongst our residents. I think the thing that will give them reassurance is to say that the strategy that we've used thus far will be the strategy that we'll be using going forward. On affordable housing, you know, as you explained, the viability issues over large-scale new developments are always really tough, and it's a sadness to me that more often than not it's the affordable housing percentage that suffers as a result of it, because it's having to compete against doctors' surgeries and schools and so on and so forth. So, you know, it's a function of the planning system that we currently have, and until there's some action by government that cements these affordable housing numbers and forces developers to deliver them and ceases to protect developers' profits as much as they currently are protected, then that situation will perpetuate. And regarding faith provision, you know, that's part of placemaking and sustainable communities. So, of course, it will get full consideration in the same way that health provision gets consideration. But Stephen can probably add some more detail.
Stephen, so I was waiting for you to finish writing. I'll give you a moment. Stephen.
I'm just, actually I'm asking one of my colleagues because in terms of the reference that you made on Appendix D, I think is identifying the effects of the different spatial options that underpin the SEA, I think, process. So I don't know whether any of my colleagues can comment on that because I can't immediately place it to hand.
Caroline, yes?
The spatial option that was mentioned, spatial option 9, was actually the preferred option that was included within the first proposals. Factual response.
So responding to the wider point about the concern that people have expressed about the assessment or the promotion of further sites, the leader's quite correct that effectively we can't prevent people submitting propositions forward through the local plan process, and indeed they will continue to do so, I suspect, all the way up through to examination. But the matrix, the methodology and the kind of approach that we follow to site assessment is included on our evidence base online. So if residents have got a concern, I have met with a couple of parishes in the past who have been concerned about the noises the local promoters have been making about a particular site. You can see our assessment of that site online, and in the vast majority of cases, as you recognise, we've discounted those sites from consideration going forwards. So if there are sites that people are concerned about, it's probably useful or reassuring for them to look at the way in which we have assessed them as part of the work that we've done to date. But we will see sites coming forward. Absolutely, there is a challenge thinking about viability, development viability, and indeed debt finance is likely to push that harder, as well as construction costs and labour costs as we go forwards. But affordable housing, of course, is not able to be delivered at all on small sites. And so our strategy of trying to concentrate on larger sites is, we think, overall probably the right approach, because you can then also deliver different forms of tenure and create balanced communities through that way. But as you highlight, Waterbeach wasn't able to achieve our 40% affordable housing requirement. Of course, Bourne Airfield is able to currently demonstrate that it can achieve that. And some of these elements are driven by both the land structures that sit underneath how these sites come forward, as well as some of those exceptional or difficult development costs we've discussed before.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think most has been covered in my questioning, but perhaps either wasn't clear enough, Chair, or this has just been overseen. I did ask for a number of how many today. I appreciate there will be more coming in, but how many site submissions we are to date, and also whether we will, like we published the site submissions, those 600 odd, and we gave commentary, whether we will be publicising an update to the new submissions that have come in since to give that transparency. And because what I was saying in relation to the documents, what concerns people is it just broadly says villages in the spatial strategy. It doesn't say, you know, sort of villages of a certain size or anything like that. And so there is real genuine concern that the numbers going up means there'll be some sort of disbursement of houses, that all villages will be required to take X amount, even if it's 2 houses or 1, depending on its size. So because the spatial option allows and includes the word villages, there isn't that reassurance that I think residents really could need. But if we knew how many have been submitted and where they were, the new ones, that may well give residents a sense of security. They know that there isn't something that's at the council on their doorstep that they don't know about. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Smith, should I go to Stephen Kelly?
Yeah, because I assume we will publish them. I don't know what the time frame is.
So yes, just two things. First of all, obviously the current adopted local plan allows development in villages for 2 houses anyway. So there is no shift from that in terms of the current policy framework from the 2018 local plan. But Jonathan will correct me, we do periodically publish the additional information. We update the assessment that we do to capture all of the additional sites that have been submitted. We did that alongside the first proposals. You'll recall we published the call for sites, we then published the first proposals, and we did that. Obviously, we're trying to focus on preparing the plan, so we're not going to do it we can't do it constantly, because there's actually quite a lot of data processing that has to sit behind it, because you'll have seen the interactive plan that people can go on and see all of the documents and so on. But periodically we will publish all of the call for site, or the submissions effectively being the site promotions that are being made. And I know that in a number of cases, some of those developers are actively promoting with parishes and talking to parishes about it. But John or Caroline might be able to advise me how frequently we update the schedule that's available online, the interactive map.
Our primary focus at the moment is testing the sites that were put into us. So we published in the summer all the sites received us. So off the top of my head, it was about 41 new sites, and there was additional information on about 180 sites. That's a lot of work for us to plough through, and that's our current focus. And all that, we try and be as transparent as possible with putting all the information we receive on the website.
Okay, Caroline?
Thank you. I wonder if it's also helpful just to clarify what the recommendations before members are focusing on. At this stage, the recommendations are to confirm the guiding principles that informed the first proposals, and they include, won't read them verbatim, but they include to direct development where it has least climate impact, where active and public transport is the natural choice, where green infrastructure can be delivered alongside new developments, where job services facilities can be located near to where people live and they have all necessary utilities provided in a sustainable way. So those are the guiding principles that are actually in the report that we're asking members to confirm, that we would then use as we move forwards in creating the draft plan. The only sites from the first proposals that we're explicitly asking members or recommending to members that they can confirm at this stage are North East Cambridge, Cambridge East and the biomedical campus, with still to look at the Greenbelt extension. So we're not suggesting that should be confirmed at this point. The reason we're focused on those sites is because of their scale, the fact that they are the most sustainable locations that came through our evidence, and because there are infrastructure considerations sitting around that. So the relocation of water treatment works through the DCO, the relocation of Cambridge Airport, and so on. So it's confirming these as key sites to help give confidence to the promoters to continue to pursue the measures that will enable those sites to come forward and be part of the plan. The rest of the first proposals would be considered once we understand the water supply and once we understand how much development can be in our targets within our plan. And we've talked about that a lot this evening. So we don't know at this point whether it will be all the sites that are in the first proposals or not. And those guiding principles will help us confirm which of those sites should be within the draft local plan as we create that over the coming months. And indeed, those guiding principles would help us identify any further sites if there was capacity to go beyond the first proposal. So I just thought it might be helpful just to be really clear what's in the report before members. So there was reference to other words around that were perhaps in some of the first proposals work, but the very specific recommendations are included within Appendix A, or refer to Appendix A, and the policy directions that are in Section 5 of Appendix A, and that's specifically what we're suggesting that members confirm, because that will then help us as we do our work over the coming months to develop the draft plan. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, I think when we've made an announcement like this, summer is not recent enough. I think there needs to be a review and things need to be really as up to date as it can be. I appreciate it's not going to be a daily update or as applications come in, but given the level of anxiety, I just don't think summer's enough, Chair.
Okay, I suppose then that's directed towards Councillor Smith, who will need to reflect upon that and consider whether or not to take action. Okay, Councillor Halings.
Thanks. I sort of sense the steering us towards a motion to take a decision, perhaps coming from one of the officers just there. But I would, on the infrastructure side, I'd like some reassurance really that we're looking at risk, and I appreciate that this is potentially kind of new risk coming, but we've talked about infrastructure first, and that being one of the key guiding principles. So if we're looking at keeping it within the strategic sites, and that infrastructure has to be there. And any time we talk to residents, it's about if you're building more, what's going to happen? We've heard, with the medical facilities, with school facilities, with the play equipment, with everything, with the water. That's on the one side. And we've also heard about how important affordable housing is. I was in a meeting this week with the local government associations and with the chair of, with the board, which is Environment, Economy, Housing and Transport, looking at the planning reforms which are there and the change away from the Section 106 to the infrastructure levy, which is in the planning reforms. And the two deep concerns about that are, one, that 50% of affordable housing is currently provided and delivered through Section 106. So housing associations are particularly concerned about the affordability. And the second is that the infrastructure levy compared to Section 106 will only be provided when the first house is bought and purchased and is taken up. That means that all the upfront cost for the infrastructure that we're talking about would be at the responsibility of the local authority with no power and resources nor confidence that they will actually get the money and that how much money it will be and what we'll do. So you're completely hobbled. I'm asking for reassurance because this is what we're seeing. What risk are we looking at that these new government measures will actually limit our ability to provide the affordable housing that we need to? And secondly, that infrastructure first approach. So how will we kind of look at that risk in terms of what we're doing?
Councillor Smith.
Well, it's rubbish, isn't it? It's a rubbish situation being created here. It's, making life really, really, really hard for us, and that's which is why I'm expecting a very robust pushback from the LGA to a lot of these proposals that are coming as a result of the planning reforms, and I think that goes for yeah, for all councils. You know, it's not all bad. There's some good stuff there, but there's some stuff which makes our life really hard. How we deal with it, I don't know. I presume Stephen's probably given it some thought about how we manage the situation where, you know, the money isn't coming through early on for us to fulfil our infrastructure first aspirations.
Okay.
So I think there's very limited detail on it, but you highlight a fundamental challenge with tariff-based levy payments, which is that someone has to fund the infrastructure up front, and if the suggestion is that the local authorities have to fund the infrastructure up front for councils like South Cambridgeshire with a large amount of strategic growth and a large number of urban extensions, and the county council as well, the costs of funding that infrastructure will run into hundreds of millions of pounds that the local authorities or some form of other alternative delivery are going to have to fund through borrowing to be repaid at some point by receipts through a levy. So it's not clear how government envisage that process to work, but there are we will need to wait and see the details behind it. But it is going to be a very substantial shift from the developer effectively borrowing the money to deliver those infrastructure costs, and we'll have to just wait and see how that happens. But it is one of the challenges associated with any tariff-based type solution.
Okay. Councillor Halings first.
Thank you. And so that, yes, I think we would support anything that doesn't just favour the developers, you know, even more in this unbalanced situation at the moment. So we hope that would be challenged. The second is, and I don't, in terms of the evidence, so about schools. So I know that CB4 schools met last week, and their concern is the falling role of primary school children. So that was all schools in CB4 area. All are looking at falling roles. Now, when I look at the census, and we know that there was a small school that was closed, but actually it's wider than that. So when we look at the census, it doesn't seem to be saying the same thing as the head teachers are perceiving. And so I'm just wondering what evidence in terms of the infrastructure and the sort of providing the needs to that, is it this changing demographic? Have we got any evidence around that could help us, consider what we're doing in terms of placemaking?
Councillor Smith.
So I'm slightly concerned with we're kind of straying off what the purpose of this meeting, which is about sort of validating the strategy, because we're in quite a lot of detail now, which I think we might struggle to answer at this stage. I mean, I'm struggling to answer it at this stage. I don't know, Stephen, what you feel.
Stephen.
Well, just briefly, yeah. I mean, these are matters to be worked out through the demographic. They will flow out from the final housing numbers, things like the location, the proportion of affordable housing on individual applications. But we work with the county in terms of their modelling work on child yield associated with different types, sizes, and tenures of housing. And clearly, we're bound and guided by them in the right and proportionate balance. But they do look at existing school roll provision before they start to suggest new classrooms or new schools elsewhere.
Councillor Halings, okay? Thank you. Councillor Williams, you caught my eye a moment ago.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me. There was one thing I forgot earlier. That was just around our reliance we reference on faster build-out rates from developers, particularly reference Northstowe and Waterbeach, two areas that particularly have raised their own concerns in recently with the lack of community facilities in Northstowe, and with Waterbeach. I know things are saying about future bills and everything about government, but actually, as we currently stand, I don't think we should forget that in Waterbeach, over £10 million was used of taxpayers' money to do with the railway station, because if not, they couldn't comply with their planning permission, which the GCP have bailed them out for. So if we're asking for faster delivery rates, how can we be certain that that's not going to result in another bill for us? Because I'm acutely aware that the way that the railway station for the GCP, and perhaps I need to declare an interest that I'm on the GCP, is indefinite. They are picking up, that's the minimum of what it's going to cost. You know, a blank cheque essentially was given by the Greater Cambridge Partnership to cover these costs, of which we as a council are a decision maker. So are we opening ourselves out potentially to more financial burden by being reliant on those faster delivery rates? Just food for thought, given the way the topic of the conversation's gone, Chair.
Councillor Smith.
So, you know, what are the reasons for speeding up delivery means that we then are less reliant on further land releases. So it's, you know, that is why we've been working with developers in order to speed up the rate at which they build, because if they're building faster, we have to look at less land being released for further development. So it's in all of our interests that we keep on top of that.
Okay, great. So, just give me a second for a minute. Okay, we're on at 9:17, which means we're about to hit our 4-hour window. I still have Councillor Harvey, Councillor Richard Williams, Councillor Bygott, Councillor Stobart, Councillor Bearpark, and Councillor Bradnam, who have all put their hands up to ask questions. And that's fine. At the end of the day, we control how long the meeting lasts, and if we all continue to ask questions and we all continue to talk at length, and we all continue to invite Councillor Smith or the officers to give us lengthy answers, then our meeting lasts a long time. And that's a collective decision that we make. And obviously the fact that these 6 councillors are still waiting to ask their question is entirely valid, and they should be able to ask their question. However, what it does mean is obviously as we're about to hit 4 hours, we have to collectively assent to the fact that we will add maybe another half an hour to our meeting. So therefore, it is currently about 9:20, so I'd like to propose that we add a further 30 minutes to our meeting to go to 9:50, and that we seek to get through our remaining 6 councillors. And I'm just going to say rather naughtily, no one else puts their hand up to add themselves to the list, but obviously it is up to you, colleagues, to decide whether or not you do that. And then we ask Councillor Smith to give us a sense of exactly what it is that she would entirely like the committee in terms of general recommendation towards Cabinet for this, and then we assent or not to that, and then we come to the end of our meeting. So therefore, okay, we can, yes, we can, except that we haven't up to this point limited people, and what I will do is I will say that I will encourage colleagues to ask just one question and one answer. I think that's the best I can say at this point, but yes, Councillor Bradnam, thank you. Okay, so I have proposed, Councillor Bradnam has seconded, so can I ask for assent for the additional 30 minutes? Agreed. Very quietly. Agreed. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. We move on to Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. The record of UK Power Networks in keeping this council in the loop and itself in the loop has been very disappointing. I know of at least 2 cases where emails from very senior officers have not been replied to. You know, are they even aware that we've reached this sort of watershed and decision point in the progress of the local plan? Surely they should be, because in their Rio 2 ED2 business plan, they talk at length about using digitalisation and flexibility to avoid putting in any hard infrastructure. In fact, it looks from their business plan they'd have to be dragged kicking and screaming to spend sort of hard cash on new cabling. Surely, as Councillor Smith has said, the government is very much invested in the economic development of this area. Now would be a very good time for the Chief Executive to write to the Government Minister and to Ofgem and sort of say, well, this is not acceptable. Because the result of this is going to be, I suspect, that houses will still get built, but the sort of things like provision of EV charge points will then kind of drag way behind where it should be, and that's a contributor to our carbon mitigation sort of objective. I could just put in one suggestion that might be useful. I've discussed it with Emma Davis. My view is that we are where we are. We probably won't have enough grid capacity, so that we should consider in the new local plan that battery storage is considered in the same category as solar panels as contributing in by some formula to the carbon efficiency of new developments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the suggestions. The suggestion on letter writing we'll take back to Cabinet and discuss with the Chief Executive. Thank you.
Thank you. If that's an appropriate answer, I feel we can probably move on at that point, yes. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as quick as I can. So my question is about housing. The ACOM addendum, which is included in our paper, says at paragraph 3.21 that the 2020 medium growth, which is the main growth we're talking about, presents an unprecedented challenge to housing delivery in Greater Cambridgeshire that would require a step change in delivery far above the delivery rates of the past 2 decades. So my question really is to go back to a point that Councillor van der Weyer made, which is what work is going to be brought forward which looks at that downside, not just the upside. So we have a lot of evidence on the upside. Assumption after assumption is made, as I've already gone through in the modelling. I mean, I'll just note in passing that, Councillor Stobart said that the LEFM is a good model, and I might agree with him on that, but I think we should all remember we're not just using the LEFM. We take the LEFM, adjust it to the 2020 population, and then we go through a series of assumptions, choices, which add on 16,000 jobs to that LEFM model. So there's, as I say, there's a lot on the upside. What can we expect on the downside as to what evidence is going to be brought forward about the constraints on development? Councillor Fane mentioned Greenbelt. We've talked about water. Because I fear if we don't bring forward some evidence on the constraints, we really are doing the developers' job for them. If we keep coming up with models that show higher and higher and higher and higher and higher need and nothing on the other side, if we decide we actually want slightly lower need, we've given the developers all the evidence they need to turn up and challenge our local plan and say, well, look, this is the need they came up with, and now they're trying to get out of it if we don't have that strong evidence base on the other side. So I would ask and I would urge that we get that evidence, and I will forego my supplementary, Chair.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So developers will always argue for greater numbers. They did last time, and they will continue to argue for greater numbers and greater land release and so on. So I think the papers in front of us today actually articulate very well what the constraints are. And the two main constraints, as we've discussed at length, are the water and the actual deliverability of additional housing numbers within the time constraints. So, there will be other things such as the electricity supply. There'll be other constraints there, but I think those two constraints are the main ones that are going to actually result in me having to go and have a big difficult discussion with government about whether the numbers that the independently assessed evidence are actually, we can actually take them forward within a local plan. Should I add anything else to that, Stephen?
Steve?
Just to offer very briefly, we are looking, Councillor Williams, at all other matters, including character appraisals, the heritage assessment, the nature conservation consequences, and so on. And some of those things may well also, particularly as the suggestion from government focuses on safeguarding character of areas, may well also form part of the assessment as to what the right figure for housing is and how the principles that Caroline has referred to would apply to any further or even existing sites in that context. So we're not just looking at, as you've described, the upside. All of the evidence base is looking really carefully at the effects even on landscape character areas of some of the potential development proposals that we've already discounted from the plan as propositions.
Excellent, thank you. From what Councillor Richard Williams said, I think I'm just able to move on. Yes. Okay, so Councillor Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So following on from what Councillors Cone and Hayling said about infrastructure following on after houses have already been built, So we heard last night at the Northstowe Community Forum, there are now 1,296 homes occupied in Northstowe, but it will still be another 3 to 5 years before the doctor's surgery moves in. And similarly, a long time before shops and other facilities come. Cambourne has a similar issue in that it's got space reserved for High Street, but that High Street hasn't been finished. But I think with those things, there's space and land reserved for that type of infrastructure. So my question is about transport infrastructure and how we are going to plan in the next stages of developing the local plan, the transport infrastructure alongside the housing. Because one of the great problems that can happen if you build the houses first and then sometime later you come along and say, okay, well, how are we going to provide transport to people? You get into a similar situation that we had with the Cambourne to Cambridge C2C proposal in the question, how is that actually going to get into Cambourne? So is there some way that we can have some system where we reserve land corridors for transport, even though we haven't built them yet?
Councillor Smith.
So, I mean, that's essentially what the GCP is doing. So, the city deal was signed in order to deal with the infrastructure deficit that had resulted from the previous local plan. So, as you say, Cambourne started building long before there was any transport infrastructure in place. So that was the whole purpose of the GCP proposals. The GCP proposals are, as well as dealing with the retrospective infrastructure deficit, are also future-proofing us in Greater Cambridge. And so, when you look at the strategic sites that are being proposed now, they are all linked through the GCP schemes, either by busways, greenways, or whatever. So, that's all being factored in. And the fact that there either is or will be transport links funded by the GCP is what makes locations sustainable locations for development. So, we are not banging, we're not doing what happened with Cambourne, which was take up a heck of a lot of fields, build thousands of houses, and then go, oops, there's no transport infrastructure here other than a rather inadequate road. So, that's all part of it. And if you read the local transport plan, which is now the responsibility of the combined authority, the Greater Cambridge partnerships plans are very, very key to the local transport plan looking forward.
Excellent, thank you. Stephen, have anything to add? No? Okay. Councillor
Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask one question, just make two comments. I'll be brief with them all. The final section, the additional document, the Iceni report, talks about provision of, as it were, industry space, talks about R&D space, manufacturing space. There is a brief mention of mid-tech, that is the flexible R&D and manufacturing space, which I wouldn't say is exactly unique to Cambridge, but has a bit of a Cambridge uniqueness about it. And I would ask, what is being done through the local plan to, in a sense, encourage mid-tech, but encourage it in a way that is, in a sense, bears a Cambridge characteristic. So that may be life science oriented with some wet labs. It may be oriented to some emerging industry sector and so on. So how do we do that over the next 10 years and have a good offering? So that was my question. And then just two things that I hope we could come back to is the inclusion of aesthetics and the development of, what is Cambridge from a design point of view. And then to Councillor Redrup's point earlier, one way of reducing carbon may be to explore the use of factory-built homes and premises, so much more kind of long-term production in environments where carbon usage can be significantly reduced. So my question was about mid-tech.
Smith.
Thank you. So it's a shame that Peter MacDonald's gone now, because we know there's been considerable research going in to looking at what's needed moving forward. And it's not small officers. Actually, it's the sort of wet lab mid-tech stuff, and that's where there's a real shortage. And if we are to keep our economy growing and vibrant, we absolutely have to make provision for that. We were also so the SPEAR report obviously made a huge thing about the requirement for these businesses to agglomerate together. They don't necessarily want to be out, separate from the people who they are working with, the people who have the same sort of intellectual property as them. So it's about facilitating that to make sure that we're creating the right spaces for the right people. Obviously, Cambridge itself is quite sort of overheating. So, we now have all these various science parks, and we need to make sure that we are allowing them to optimize and maximize their capacity, so that we've got quite a lot of research now about what we need, and that it's now our job to make sure that we are doing our utmost to encourage the development of the right sort of premises. But Stephen, I'm sure, can add lots to that.
Just very briefly, to say that, yes, mid-tech is an identified area for growth along with logistics, which we will be looking at over the next few months. There are some challenges, though, because the rationalisation of the use classes order means that, in fact, the kind of affordable rents for mid-tech, in the event that you grant a permission for that, are trumped by the rents for R&D space or offices. And that creates some challenges in terms of thinking about the distribution and management of it. In other words, there are people who have advanced proposals in the call for sites for mid-tech based enterprises in locations that you can see very easily being taken up by much higher value uses once we've allocated the land, for example, or once we've identified a site. And it's quite difficult with the use classes order these days to actually differentiate now a controlling process within the allocation or in terms of the planning process to stop that from happening. And so they're not actually satisfying mid-tech demand. But we are trying to explore how we can achieve that objective.
Thank you. Councillor Stobart.
Thanks to Councillor Smith.
Councillor Bear Park.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My question is not about infrastructure so much as actually, as such, it's green space. So I was just wondering, given the considerable pressures on land use within the area and increasing pressures, how do we ensure through the local plan that there is sufficient green space? And I have in mind particularly North East Cambridge, one of the strategic sites, and which is in my ward. And one of the concerns I have is, the pressure it will put on Milton Country Park, for instance. So, how are we ensuring, as there seems to be more and more pressure on housing, that there is sufficient green space to go with it?
Councillor Smith.
So that's obviously vitally important to us. Both green space. So we know from the pandemic that the benefits of having ready access to green space, to trees, to water and so on for people. So I think there's a sort of certain number of minutes, aren't there, Stephen, that people are meant to. Is it 10 minutes in order to get to green space? So I think that's the sort of planning aim, that everybody has easy access. Nobody is marooned in a concrete jungle where it's it's an hour's walk or a half an hour's drive to get out before you see a green field. So that's very much in the planning. Also, as you recall, we uniquely called for green space sites as well, which we are undoubtedly going to need in order to be able to deliver on 20% biodiversity net gain for some of the developments as well. So, it is important. It's something we've got to keep a really, really close eye on to make sure that it doesn't get squeezed out by other viability considerations and so on. But it is critical, and it's ever so much more critical now that we know how important it is to people's health and well-being.
Thank you. Stephen, have anything to add?
Jonathan Dixon may well have something to add because he is sponsoring the piece of work at this moment in time looking at this matter.
Jonathan.
Just briefly to say, we did publish work as part of the first proposals. We are now following up effectively with the strategy exploring implementation and picking up on many of the issues that have just been mentioned. So that will come to
for members to see.
Councillor Bear Park.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the answers.
And Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very glad to hear that question about pressure on green space. But my question is also, I'm glad to hear you're having discussions with the Cambridge Biomedical Campus about capacity and following on from, we had that answer following on from Councillor Cohn's question. And at Joint Development Control Committee, we have been seeing and broadly speaking, approving with considerations applications for both the Children's Hospital and also, for example, repurposing of the space that was made available for surge facility during the pandemic, repurposing that for orthopaedic work now. But what we are aware of is that the original master plan for the Cambridge Biomedical Campus has not been updated, and I think it's polite to say the way it has come forward appears to me, at least, and I won't blame it on anybody else, appears to be somewhat haphazard and somewhat serendipitous. So I would like to ensure that in our approach to the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, and for Caroline Hunt's benefit, I'm going to bring us back to the proposal policy directions on page 5 of Appendix A. There, you know, we're talking about proposed policy direction at 5.8 should include the existing Cambridge Biomedical Campus to meet all these listed needs, which I won't bore you with, but can we please encourage them to update their master plan so that that development of that area, which is so vitally important, as we said, to the capacity to provide the services we need to do, but also to sit comfortably within the space and the environs in which it sits, and also to serve basically quite a lot of Cambridgeshire for the services, specialist services it provides. Can we please get them to have talks with them about revising their master plan?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I've been having talks with them pretty intensively for the last 4 years on and off. And yes, they now have very expensive consultants and a whole team of people on board, and they are doing exactly that. And they've had considerable pushback from myself and the previous leader of the City Council about, before we talk about, any release of any further land, about having to optimise, what they have currently. And they agree that, it's evolved rather than resulted from a proper plan. So that's all happening now. Lots of very interesting conversations, but they desperately need to increase the capacity of the hospital, and they desperately need to make the hospital a really attractive place for their workforce, because an empty hospital with no staff in it is not fit for purpose. But we expect to see a redrafted master plan soon.
Stephen.
I shan't dwell. You're right, they are preparing a master plan. There is a technical question about whether that master plan can actually assume the status of planning policy, because there's no policy in the current local plan for it. But the whole point of the work is to frame most certainly a more robust policy approach to sites like this, whether it's NEC or the Cambridge Biomedical Campus as we go forwards.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, you leant forward and you put me off there. Councillor Bradnam.
Do we have any idea when that might come through?
The master plan is likely to form part of the evidence base to any local plan process, but until there is a policy in which to create effectively an SPD, it won't be before the plan is adopted. The difficulty is the government are also suggesting there will be no SPDs in the new future planning regime, so then they will have to be captured in the local plan. So I can't give you a precise response on that, but it's not going to be immediately, I'm afraid.
Thank you for letting me break the rule I suggested.
That's a suitable note to finish on in terms of our question there. Thank you very much. Okay, so we come to all our questions. We come to the end of all our questions, so it's absolutely excellent. And obviously, I feel that we have most definitely reviewed the document in every possible level. We have asked a very large range of questions. There were 33 separate occasions when members of the committees ask questions, and if we assume about an average of 2 questions, we have got somewhere in the region of 66, 75 or so questions. Anyone who chooses to watch it back can count, should they choose to do so, or maybe one of our colleagues at the back has counted. We certainly ask lots of questions. I feel we have definitely investigated in full. So therefore, I'm just going to ask Councillor Smith at this point if there's anything you want to say to kind of sum up, and maybe what your view is on what exactly you would like the committee to recommend.
Thank you. So, you've got a copy of the paper that's going to go to Cabinet on the 6th of February in front of you, with the recommendations, the key one of which is to agree the Greater Cambridge Local Plan Development Strategy update, and in particular the proposed policy directions in Section 5 for the following policies. So it's really, it would be good to have affirmation from Scrutiny that you support us continuing with the strategic plan as we have been debating it all evening. That we have the right strategy for the creation of our local plan, and that we should continue with that strategy and with those priorities as we've been working on them thus far. If there's any additional information, anything additional you want Cabinet to pay particular attention to, then obviously we will. If there's anything you think we've missed out at this stage of the game. Obviously, there are going to be numerous opportunities in the future to discuss lots and lots of detail about lots and lots of things, but this is primarily about the overarching local plan development strategy and about continuing with it as it is unamended.
So bear with us one second.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take forward the documents as they are, but with the recommendations that the committee has and everything that we've discussed, essentially.
I agree, absolutely, excellent. Yeah, okay. So what I'd like to propose at this point is we take what Councillor Smith has said there, which is obviously in the documents, which is that we affirm the document and that they go forward, but we do so based on the fact that obviously the minutes of the committee were produced, and Councillor Stobart has offered again, I believe, to go to Cabinet. Yes, please do nod at me before I kind of give you that job. And that obviously there are a number of things that have been raised during the evening. I think particularly, I just immediately think of Councillor Heather Williams' points in relation to the publication, for instance, of call to sites and such like, of things where there are things that many councillors have flagged issues in relation to, so that therefore those things would go in the minutes and that Ian would draw those up as the key points, so that therefore we would affirm the continuation of the process, as you have suggested, Councillor Smith, but with those kind of recommendations and comments that the committee has made, of which there are so many that I don't think we can go immediately through them at the end, and that Councillor Stobart will go on our behalf to Cabinet and make sure that those are raised from the committee. Unless anybody wishes to disagree with that as proposed strategy. Oh, I will go to sorry, I was about to say go to Councillor Watts, because I've been saying Councillor all evening. My apologies, it's a terrible thing to say to you, Chief Executive.
It's too late to respond to that, Councillor Drew. I just want to check with my colleagues in planning that there are actually a set of recommendations laid out, and I think it may be helpful for colleagues in planning if you approve those recommendations en bloc over and above.
But my view would be that isn't that what Councillor Smith suggested to us when she said the affirmation and then referenced the things that were in the appendix and wanted us to confirm those as recommendations? Is that what you were saying?
The recommendations to Cabinet as in the Cabinet papers which you have in front of you.
Yes.
Just need to refer
I didn't want to go through them all because they're quite long.
Specifically refer to Appendix A.
Yeah.
Is that correct? That you want me to specifically refer to?
The recommendations are set out in the report.
Yes, okay, no, that's fine, that's
Thank
absolutely
you.
fine. And Councillor Heather Williams, your hand went up at that point as well.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't get to vote on this, just to clarify, because I'm not a member of the committee. But I would say these are Cabinet papers. Asking for an endorsement is a political decision. I would like it recorded, Chair, that I believe this committee, as it doesn't actually have a scrutiny recommendation sheet, should be noting the report, and Cabinet should be taking into consideration the comments that have been made by Scrutiny when they make their decision whether to proceed. It's quite clear on page 8, the recommendations that Cabinet will be following. That is a decision for them to make, not for this committee to say whether they should or shouldn't. This committee should only be noting with and asking for the recommendations to be taken into consideration that they have made. Note only.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this committee is politically endorsing this document.
Yes, no, I must confess, I was seeking to try to find a way that avoided that, but I recognise that I may not have done so to a full enough extent. Councillor Haylings, your hand was up.
Just want to clarify that as my first intervention, this evening, from the Climate Change and Environment Advisory Committee is that we wanted to reaffirm, Scrutiny Overview and Climate Change and Environment Advisory Committee to recommend to Cabinet that making those decisions that we reaffirm the key principles upon which these first proposals and the spatial strategy were based. That was our recommendation to Scrutiny for us to affirm this evening.
I feel I need to turn to Councillor Williams again on that.
Chair, you'll know I've raised before, we don't have an explicit note here for the scrutiny, we have cabinet papers. I think asking members of the committee to vote on this is an endorsement of it, and therefore it should be noted with the comments, note the support from the climate environmental group, and the things that have been said. All of that can be noted, and it can be, Cabinet have heard, the leader is here, all the other things that have gone through, because what you've asked for here is changes, and everybody has contributed and made changes. So how can you endorse something that you're also asking for changes? The changes should be taken into consideration, and the leader and the cabinet vote accordingly based on the document, the end document. I think this committee should be noting it, and I would appreciate some constitutional advice as well, because there is no written recommendation sheet here.
Okay. Before I go on, I'm just going to come back to Councillor Smith, since I have obviously gone to Councillor Williams a couple of times in that regard. Just your view at this point, Councillor Smith.
So, I've heard lots of comments, lots of very valuable comments and lots of views. I haven't heard a request for changes. As far as I said, there's no recommendation coming from Scrutiny to make changes. I've not heard that.
Okay,
could I defer to the Chief Executive, please, who might have heard things differently from me?
And I'll come back to you. Liz Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So I think if it seems as though it would be possible for this committee to note the recommendations to Cabinet and to provide all of the feedback in written form, which our colleague from Democratic Services will do, to Cabinet, so that Cabinet receives all of your comments, including the comments from SEAC.
Okay. So, could you be so kind as to repeat what you have just said? Simply, this may be for my benefit only, but this may be our solution to where we are. If you could repeat what you just said, and then hopefully we will get assent from the committee for what you have just said.
That the committee noted the recommendations to Cabinet set out on page 8 of the pack, and provided the following comments summarised by the Democratic Services Officer.
Okay.
And then the comments will be summarised.
If I can just ask, I'm just going to ask the two leaders in that regard. Councillor Smith, is that okay from your perspective?
Yes, I'm fine with that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Williams, that's okay from your perspective?
Thank you, it's exactly what I asked for. Thank
Excellent,
you, Chair.
okay. Councillor Bradham, is there something you desperately needed to add at this point before I just ask the committee to affirm that?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
What the Chief Executive has said is sort of
Right.
what
Okay.
I was going to suggest.
In that case, colleagues, if I could ask you to affirm that we agree with the form of words that Liz Watts has just suggested.
That we note. We note.
Yeah, no, but I'm agreeing to the form of words that has been suggested. Did we say it out loud? Yes. I apologise for asking you to say it out loud, but I feel that if something was to happen in regards to the video, nodding might not be suitable. Okay, and if I can just round off by saying, I would like to most definitely formally make sure I'd like to thank Stephen Kelly for his extensive and lengthy set of answers. I'd like to thank his colleagues, Caroline Hunt, Jonathan Dixon and Stuart Morris for their excellent contributions as well. I'd like to thank Ian Senior in particular in this meeting for sitting and making notes of 4.5 hours, which is most certainly something excellent. I would also like to thank, although he's gone now so he's not hearing it, Peter Maddox, who sat for 4 hours and 20 minutes and said not one word. I would also like to note my colleague Councillor Brian Mills, Deputy Leader, who sat for 4.5 hours and not said one word. Thank you very much. this solid commitment. Thank you to Aaron for managing the whole thing. I'd like to thank Councillor Cohn for taking the notes. And I want to finish by particularly actually thanking Councillor Smith as the leader for the fact that whilst you could well say it was her job as leader, she has sat for 4.5 hours and answered many, many questions with occasional inputs from her colleagues. And as a final thing, I'd like to thank our 3 colleagues at the back of the room who have sat and taken notes and shown significant interest in the importance of local democracy. We value your presence greatly. Thank you very much. And thank you, colleagues.